Good morning, everyone. I'm going to just give folks another minute to get on. I can see folks are just starting to jump on, so we'll give 1 minute and we will get started. Okay, why don't we get started? We have a packed agenda today with an incredible amount of information to share with all of you. So I will get us going. My name is Tria Case. For those of you that I don't know, I am the University Executive Director of Sustainability and Energy Conservation for CUNY, and have been responsible for the Sustainable CUNY Smart DG Hub for many years, since its inception. And actually, recall back in 2006 when we had under a megawatt of solar in the city, when we sat down with the mayor's office and Con Edison and DOB and FDNY and talked about how to chart the pathway to realize our solar potential in New York City. And since then, growth has been exponential because of the partnerships that we've all had together over the years. And so I do want to thank Con Edison for helping us with this workshop, and also for all the work that they've done with us over the years, and all of our partners, because again, this has been a group effort to make this happen. All of you and all of the agencies working together to chart a pathway. And now we're embarking upon battery storage. So excited to have battery storage be a part of this workshop. I think we're probably on our 15th year now. So we've been doing this together for a long time, and excited to have you all hear from our ombudsman as well. They every day sit down, work with the agencies and all of you to chart that pathway, work on the permitting processes, and figure out how we're going to realize again our solar and storage potential. I also wanted to let you all know that CUNY TV, which is our CUNY TV station, I'm going to say like 7 million people can have access to that, is now launching a program called Sustainability Matters. And in May, we will be releasing a show all about solar. So hopefully I'll be able to talk with some of you during that show and talk about all of the exciting things happening in the solar arena. So with that, I would like to introduce Ron Reisman, who is our program manager. He is going to talk with us a little about the rules of the road today and the agenda, and we will go from there. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us this morning, and I look forward to an incredibly informative day today. Thanks.
Thank you, Tria, and good morning, everyone. We're glad all of you were able to join us today for what we've designed to be a full day of information that will help you grow your businesses in the New York City market. Before we get started with our presentation, I'd like to go over a few housekeeping details. So, first of all, everyone who registered for this workshop as an attendee, and there are nearly 300 of you, will be muted and off camera throughout the event. We'll only be able to see and hear the people we've designated as presenters and facilitators. However, we do want to encourage active participation by all our attendees. So we would ask you to use the Q&A box you see on your screen to submit questions in writing to our presenters. We asked all our presenting companies and agencies to leave some time at the end of their segments for Q&A, and we'll try to get to as many of your questions as time permits during the live session. However, if we can't get to them all, we'll ask our presenters to respond to any unanswered questions in writing. And once we collect those responses, we'll post them on our website, nysolarmap.com, along with a recording of this webinar and copies of the slide decks our speakers will be presenting. We'll send out a notice to all registrants for this workshop as well as through our installer roundtables once we post those materials. Now, let's just take a moment to review the lineup of presentations we have on today's agenda. Once I'm done, you'll hear from my colleagues Emily Sweeney and Daniela Leifer on the resources we offer the solar and storage industries here at Sustainable CUNY's Smart DG Hub. We'll then have our workshop co-hosts at Con Edison take a deep dive into 6 separate topic areas relating to their incentive programs and interconnection processes. Following the Con Ed segment, Emily and Daniela will introduce our 2 FDNY presenters, John Ingenito and Yash Patel, who will discuss FDNY's application processes for both solar and storage permits. That takes us to a 1-hour lunch break. And when we come back at 1:15, I'll be speaking with Chris White of NYCHA about that agency's exciting community solar program. We'll then have 3 representatives from the Department of Buildings outlining DOB's permitting processes for solar and storage installations. And finally, we'll wrap up the day with representatives of NYC and New York Best on their assessment of the state of their industries today and what lies ahead for the future. So without further ado, let me introduce my colleagues, Emily Sweeney and Daniela Leifer.
Thanks, Ron. Hi, everyone. Great. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So my name is Emily Sweeney. I'm a solar ombudsman with Sustainable CUNY's Smart DG Hub, and I'll be joined by my colleague Daniela Leifer, storage ombudsman with Sustainable CUNY. Also part of our ombudsman team is Ron, our New York City Solar Programs manager, and assisting with this event is also Christina Lizzo, project coordinator and communications specialist on our team. So I'll take a few minutes to introduce the DG Hub program broadly, and especially our ombudsman program, which is a central aspect of what we do. And we'll take a short tour through our extensive library of resources that are available to support developers and installers in the New York City market. We hope you'll find these resources helpful, right? And kind of kick off the day that you guys can see some of the work that we've done in the past, right? And some of the resources that we have available that we hope will help you, especially anyone who may be newer to the New York City solar and storage markets. Okay, so as a, let's go back to that last slide. Thank you. So as a bit of background, Sustainable CUNY is an initiative within the Department of Facilities Planning and Construction Management of the Central Administration of the University, focusing on both sustainability and energy conservation within the CUNY campuses. Also, with CUNY being a public university, as part of our responsibility to the larger community, the other arm of our work involves the efforts that we do relating to solar and energy storage under the name of the Smart DG Hub. So as illustrated on this slide, the Smart DG Hub's work involves a great deal of collaborative efforts with city agencies, industry participants, and many other stakeholders. Our role is primarily as an objective third-party resource, bringing together all the stakeholders to develop solutions and making sure all the voices are at the table for important decision-making. The development of solar and the DG Ombudsman program over a decade ago helped unlock the solar market in New York City, initially with support of the Department of Energy and now with state and city support. New York City was one of the first Solar America cities in the country, and our goal is to work hard to continue being a leader in this and other clean energy technologies. All right, next slide. Thank you. There are 3 key elements of the Smart DG Hub's ombudsman work. So our ombudsman team is publicly available resource for installers working in the New York City market. In the last 12 months, our team has fielded over 120 requests for assistance. We provide this technical assistance to help installers with understanding and navigating this permitting process and other regulatory requirements, and are available to assist with any issues or concerns. You'll hear this a few times throughout the day, but we just want to remind you we can be reached at smartdghub@cuny.edu. So in addition, for those of you in our audience from a city agency, as a trusted objective third party, The Smart DG Hub also works in collaboration with our agencies and AHJs to help develop and streamline permitting and regulatory processes as we all work to keep pace with rapid changes in technology. Having a foot on each side of the permitting process, our ombudsmen have been able to identify challenges, anything from small bumps in the road to flat out barriers, and then work with decision makers and subject matter experts to suggest and implement solutions to streamline the processes. A third key area of our work involves the development of resources, including guidance documents, educational materials, map tools, webinars, and more, which we will walk through over the next several slides. And as always, we like to just give a special thank you to the stakeholders who have given us feedback on issues and processes, and for those of you from city agencies who have put in the work to prepare for today's event, and for your ongoing collaboration as we work together to advance distributed generation in New York City. So next slide. I'm sure most of you are familiar with the New York Solar Map, nysolarmap.com. But using this CUNY built tool, you're able to find the solar potential of your home or business with the calculator on our homepage. Using the map, you can jump to different counties in New York State for visualizations of solar statistics or find a NYSERDA participating contractor. In fact, I'll go ahead and announce our team is actively working on a relaunch of the New York Solar Map in the near future with an updated landing page and navigation. So I'd suggest you stay tuned for a formal launch and updates that will be coming soon. Next slide. So these resources are developed with our partners and cover a number of topics, including permitting, interconnection, zoning, and financing for solar energy. There's a library of reports, guides, and recordings of our past webinars. In fact, as always, we'll be adding a recording of this webinar along with responses to any questions submitted during today's workshop, where you see on the screen there. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Daniela, who will give us a bit more detail about storage-related resources.
Okay, hi everybody. My name is Daniela Leiper. I'm the storage counterpart to the role that Emily plays as our solar ombudsman. And this slide, along with the next few, which I'll walk through just briefly to give an overview of where our primary storage information and resources all live. This slide here shows our solar and storage homepage, essentially. You can find this via the Solar Plus Storage tab in the blue navigation bar at the top. And each of the icons below are links to the primary projects that we've worked on over the last almost decade. Our earliest energy storage work was launched in 2014, and it focused around identifying and establishing, really just a basic baseline of information where things currently stand regarding New York City's storage policies and regulatory requirements, sort of state of the market. What are the sort of initial barriers that would need to be addressed in order to grow that market? And so this is just more of the kind of historical view of the project that we've worked on over the last several years. So you can go to the next slide. And on this page is our storage resources. You can see it's broken out into multiple different categories here, and you can find these resources fairly easy. Again, you can navigate here via the Solar Plus Storage tab, or you can also navigate here via the Resources tab in the blue navigation bar. Under the first box on the upper left, the one with the green checkbox on it, that is our page of storage permitting resources. So we'll take a look through that on the next slide in a little bit more detail, because that's where our most current permitting resources and publications live. Our energy storage roadmap and survey documents are in the upper middle here, and these provide some higher level background information on the New York City storage market, while the box on the upper right contains educational materials about energy storage generally, including basic technical fact sheets and also a few case studies of early storage projects that were installed in New York City when the market was really in its very early infancy. On the lower left are mapping tools relating to storage. The lower middle is our webinar recordings page, where today's presentation will be posted. And then under this last section on the lower right, hand side, we provide external links to the relevant energy storage standards from the national standards making bodies, including NFPA and UL. You can go to the next slide. And this is, again, a quick preview of that permitting resources page. As mentioned, this is all our most up-to-date publications, and they relate to navigating various components of the permitting and approval process for energy storage systems. So the very first link at the top is our flagship permitting and interconnection guide for outdoor lithium-ion energy storage systems. And then the other permanent guidance documents and checklists and things include our latest publication just released last month, which is a quick guide to understanding the application process for the FDNY's Certificate of Approval, or COA, for energy storage equipment. There are also documents here that provide guidance on requirements for site plans and for emergency management plans, which are both components of the permit application for FDNY. There's a zoning guide, a preparation checklist for pre-submission meetings with the AHJs, and then also a flowchart guide to understanding how UL 9540A large-scale test data is used in safety evaluations. So you can go to our next slide. Just a quick heads up that this is where you will be able to find the webinar of today's event. This page, webinars and podcasts page, as you can see, is where we post any of our public-facing events. So by maybe around this time next week or so, you should be able to find today's event. And last slide, on a final note, there are multiple ways to connect with us. If you're not already on either our industry roundtable email list and or our email newsletter list, reach out to us to be added. And you can, of course, always reach out to our Smart DG Hub email address with questions or technical assistance requests. Our contact information is on this slide. And the link to the resources and guides is available via nysolarmap.com. So with that, I'd like to thank everybody once again for joining us today. Hope the content presented during today's workshop helps you install more solar and storage in New York City. So I'm going to introduce Sean Smith to kick off the Con Edison segment. And just want to say a thank you to them as well for their continued partnership, both on this event as well as throughout the year. We've worked with the Con Edison team for many years to bring this event together and really appreciate their support.
Thank you, Daniela, and good morning, everyone. So really, thanks for having us this morning. My name is Sean Smith. I'm the Director of Distribution Planning in the Customer Energy Solutions organization at Con Ed. I've been with Con Ed since 2003. I also attended City College, CUNY, where I did my degree in electrical engineering and graduated in 2003. So shout out to City College and personal thanks to CUNY as well. So also want to thank CUNY for working with us to host this workshop, and welcome to all those who have joined us today. We appreciate the opportunity to continue working with the folks in the industry such as CUNY and to show the developer community support in the development of DER projects in New York City. Next slide, please. So Sunday, March 26th was Con Edison's 200th anniversary of being traded on the New York Stock Exchange. We first joined the exchange in 1823 as the New York Gaslight Company, and we're the longest continuously listed company on the exchange. I was there to ring the bell, and it was definitely an honor and a privilege to have that experience. So today, Con Edison continues to power the lives and livelihoods of over 10 million people in New York City and in its northern suburbs. We energize the world's businesses and financial capital and leading cultural, educational, healthcare, and transportational centers in a region with up to 5% of the US economy. Our customers have definitely counted on us, and we've tried to deliver. We're making sure that we keep delivering for our customers by being the next generation of clean energy company our customers now expect and deserve from us. Next slide, please. So in terms of major milestones, just wanted to touch on a couple of things. As of 2 days ago, we hit 3,200 L2 chargers and over 150 DC fast chargers have been installed and completed. And one of my colleagues, Kevin, he's going to be presenting first on the agenda, and he's going to be discussing Con Ed's commitment supporting the growing adoption of EVs in NYC, and also working on mitigating the challenges that can stifle the growth as it relates to the cleaner transportation sector. Also, as of March 6th this year, with the support of development community, we achieved a great milestone, a tremendous achievement of 500 megawatts of solar interconnections in our service territory. Christine and Julio from the DG Ombudsman's team will also talk about that as well, and we'll close out our presentation during the interconnection process, discussing the interconnection process and showing the progression that we've made as Con Ed, as we continue to support DER development in New York City. In terms of, you could stay on that slide, please. So in terms of opportunities for continued partnership with you, our DER stakeholders, we do have a non-wires RFP that's currently out for Jamaica, where we're looking for solicitations around an infrastructure option to replace limiting 27 kV bus at Jamaica's substation. So that solicitation is currently out, and we're seeking your feedback and your submissions. We're also extending this request to proposals to deliver innovative DER solutions and power factor correction that provide sub-transmission and distribution system load relief through this non-wire solicitation program. Also of note is the Newtown RFP, which is no longer available, but we did have that solicitation as well, and that petition was in an effort to generally improve the situation in Newtown as it relates to our load and what we're looking to do with that substation. So just wanted to also mention that as well. We also have a bulk solicitation that was just closed, and that was also we got some great feedback and submissions, and we're going through that process as well. So just wanted to note those items. Next slide, please. In terms of the presentation today, we have a great agenda from our folks here that are going to share what we at Con Ed are doing to continue the advancement, as I mentioned, of New York's clean energy initiatives and goals. First up, Kevon, as I said before, he's going to present on how we're accelerating and adopting the EV infrastructure in our service territory. That work that he and his team does is really critical to ensuring that we meet electrification and clean energy needs of the city. And a huge component of that obviously is to reduce GHG emissions with regulations that are pushing for 100% of all new passenger vehicles to be zero emissions by 2035. After Kevon is finished, Jeriana is going to talk a little bit about our demand response programs, and she's going to delve in a little bit on our CSRP commercial system relief program and our DLRP programs as well, and how those programs help to shave our peak and provide dispatchable benefits for safe and reliable operation of our grid. We then have Wasim and Keyshawn that are going to talk a little bit about a great opportunity that we have with FERC 2222 and the NYSO aggregator participation model, and they'll talk about how we're gonna look to make sure that we're ready to go live with that as of April of this year. That will be followed by Masoom Ahmed, and he will be showcasing some of the great work that we have done in terms of in the storage space, some of the projects that we've completed to date, and some of the exciting work that we have on the horizon in terms of what we want to do from a storage standpoint. We then have Konstantin Spanos. He's going to bring some technical information on the latest design, supporting our distribution engineering team and those projects. And he'll talk a little bit about how we look to get the most out of the DER interconnection process while trying to maintain a safe and reliable grid. And then finally, Christine and Julio from our DG Ombudsman team, as I mentioned before, are going to showcase the great work that our DG team is doing to bring together cross-functional teams here at Con Ed to work in concert with UR developers and really try to execute on our CLCPA and clean energy goals. That dedication, in my opinion, to the future of our grid cannot be achieved without this team's commitment, this team's leadership, and also working tirelessly with your community to make DER interconnections a reality. So one of the things I also wanted to touch on is obviously if you have any need to speak to our team, that is the DG team, you can feel free to contact us. We will provide that information as to how we can be contacted, and that is through the dgexpert@coned.com email, or you can email our DG Ombudsman, Joe White, directly at whitejoe@cone.com for any sort of interconnection needs or questions that you might have. So really looking forward to a really great presentation from the team. They've really put a lot of effort into this, really to showcase the things that we have done and the things that we're looking to do to really facilitate, as I said before, our clean energy future and working with you folks to really execute on our goals. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Kevon to get into some of the things that we're doing for EVs.
Thank you, Sean. Much
Kevon.
appreciated. Also, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevon Brown. I'm one of the senior business development advisors here at Con Ed's e-mobility outreach team. My team is responsible, as Sean mentioned, for the EV space and the EV chargers that are going to be installed throughout the Con Edison territory. And today I'm going to share a little bit about what Con Edison has been working on in the EV space. Next slide. So I just want to start off by giving a bit of a background to Con Edison's clean energy commitment and our core pillars. So in 2021, Con Edison expanded its clean energy commitment, pledging to deliver 100% clean power by 2040, and also reimagine our gas delivery system in efforts to decarbonize toward a net zero future. Amongst our initiatives, we are empowering our customers through support for solar energy, battery storage, and other clean energy technologies, which will be backed by our near complete rollout of smart meters across our customer base. And from our own carbon footprint perspective, we have reduced our own greenhouse gas emissions by more than half since 2005 and have established a net zero target for scope 1 emissions, those that come from our own facilities, by 2040. So with all these great things happening, where do electric vehicles fit in? Next slide, please. Since the transportation sector accounts for nearly 50% of all carbon emissions in New York State and 30% in New York City, it is really essential that we focus our efforts on transportation electrification. Everything we're doing in the electric vehicles group here at Con Ed is to meet the state CLCPA goals that aim to lower greenhouse gas emissions. And as you can see here, we are working towards an 85% greenhouse gas reduction by 2050. And a 40% by 2030. Our focus here is supporting our residential, commercial customers and government partners to transition their car, bus, and truck fleets to electric, which will significantly improve air quality, particularly in environmental justice communities. Next slide. All of our initiatives and programs are aligned with the state goals, so I'm going to go over each of them in a bit more detail. But I do want to provide a snapshot of our progress so far. So just running down the list, we have our light duty make ready program, which we've rebranded as Power Ready, and our medium duty, heavy duty make ready pilot program. These programs provide incentives that developers can use to offset the construction costs for building out the necessary infrastructure for EV charger projects in the Con Edison territory. I'm glad to say that our infrastructure programs have really taken off, and we have a great amount of projects that are currently underway. Moving to our operating incentives, we have our Smart Charge New York program. Smart chargers aim to modify customer behavior and to have them charge their EVs during off-peak times, providing them with incentives to do so. This program has an added benefit as it helps alleviate strain on our distribution grid. Next, we have our demonstration projects where we have a lot of innovative things happening. We had our project that just wrapped up just about a year ago, which was our vehicle to grid EV school bus project. This project evaluated the effectiveness of charging and discharging back into the grid using the school bus battery. Another project that we had was our curbside demonstration project, which is currently ongoing. And last but not least, we have our customer education efforts, which is really designed to help folks in our territory understand the benefits of transitioning EVs and also our transit electrification. Next slide. As previously I mentioned, the transit electrification is a critical part of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and improving our local air quality. We know that the main reason people are hesitant to buy electric cars is because it's hard to get access to EV charging, especially for dense urban areas like New York City, where private parking is uncommon. Potential EV drivers need to see that it's easy to access charging near their homes as well as on the go. In this early stage of the EV market, we really need incentives that are going to encourage the development and to increase the accessibility of EV charging stations throughout our territory. A popular saying in the EV space is "build it and they will come." So by funding the infrastructure upgrades for EV charging stations, the adoption of electric vehicles will grow. Now, next slide. All right, so now I want to dive right into the Power Ready program, which is specifically the core program for the EV chargers being built in the Con Edison territory. And this program was authorized in July of 2020 by the Public Service Commission. It's a 5-year program that's designed to provide incentives to offset both the customer side and utility side costs when building out EV charger infrastructure in the Con Edison territory. We allocated just about $250 million in funds to meet our 5-year goal, which is to get over 18,000 L2 plugs and about 500 DC fast charging plugs installed by the end of 2025. The market response to this program has been quite extraordinary. Currently in our program queue, we have over 18,000 level 2 plugs and over 1,300 DC fast charging plugs. So this actually technically makes our program the second largest Make Ready program in the country right now. And so we're pretty thrilled about how the program is going. Next slide. To get into a little bit of detail of how the program works, the first question that's always asked is, what equipment is eligible? And the answer is any equipment or labor that is actually needed to upgrade the infrastructure and bring sufficient power in order to energize the EV chargers. So what do we mean by utility side and customer side work? So everything to the left of the eligibility line is where our incentives are aimed to cover, such as the customer side work that includes not only new panels, but panel upgrades, conduit that needs to be run, wiring that needs to be run, permitting costs, design costs, even trenching. EV charger projects come in different shapes and sizes, where some folks may have custom designs that go above and beyond our minimum design requirements. And so the cost of the utility side work to allocate additional service to the site can be offset by our incentives as well. And that's also very vital and very important for us, because this also reaffirms our commitment to deliver sufficient power to the customers that we serve. Next slide. I touched on this briefly, but to mention our other infrastructure incentive program, again, our medium heavy duty Make Ready pilot program is structured slightly different than our light duty program. Here, we're just focused on covering any above and beyond utility costs that the customer may have to cover. This pilot program started in 2020, and it is continuing towards the end of 2025. And I believe that there's discussions of potentially expanding this initiative to a full program for medium and heavy duty vehicles at some point in the future. Next slide, please. And currently there's our curbside charging demonstration project. I think it's a very important demo in New York because we don't all have garages here. And a recent survey conducted found that more than 50% of New York City drivers park on the street. So how do we encourage people to move toward EVs if there's no charges available? So Con Edison worked with our partners Flow and the New York City Department of Transportation to install over 100 level 2 chargers on curbs throughout the 5 boroughs. And currently now, when we started the project, we had a target utilization rate of about 12%, but we've actually exceeded that significantly, where the current utilization is actually over 35%. And some of the most heavily used charger areas, we've seen utilization as high as 75%. Why is this important? Well, as we continue to go through this endeavor, it is important that people see that we have chargers in the community, chargers locally. And one thing to announce to go alongside of that is that DOT recently announced that they will be deploying 10,000 curbside chargers by 2035. So that's a huge endeavor as well. Next slide, please. Moving on to our Smart Charge incentive, Smart Charge New York incentive program. As I mentioned, this program is designed to provide incentives for charging during off-peak times. This program has been active since 2017, and the latest iteration just launched January of this year. And as I mentioned, the purpose behind this is to provide incentives to EV drivers to charge during off-peak times, and with this to help reduce grid congestion, which also helps us plan for load increases in different areas. In terms of benefits, there's a variety of ways for customers to earn rewards for this program. It's been very successful thus far, and later this year we'll be rolling out a commercial charging program that will be available to commercial vehicles, fleets, and also multifamily buildings. Next slide, please. Moving on to customer education, I'm going to just touch on our fleet assessment services. This came to us in 2020, where the PSC put out an order where the utilities will provide assistance to fleet operators to electrify through a site analysis as well as a rate analysis. The site assessment is outside of our regular energy services process. However, by providing this level of guidance and facilitating our existing workflows, this aids folks in the early stages of project planning. As far as electric vehicle rates and electric rates in general, I'm not sure how often everyone is spent with tariffs, but they can be quite lengthy and daunting. So we've created an educational tool to help folks navigate their way and determine what is the best rate for them. Next slide, please. With our course, and so this actually, to segue right into it, here's our charging cost calculator, where folks could log in, charging.coned.com. And this calculator allows folks to enter a desired number of chargers that they intend to install, a rough utilization profile, and the tool will be able to provide an estimate on the rates that will be a best fit for their site, and also to be able to compare cost of what their estimated electric bill will be from having EV chargers used at their site. We deployed this tool earlier this year, and we're really excited about how many folks have been using the calculator so far. I want to mention that this tool is just meant for guidance as far as your project planning. Your actual electric bill may look a little bit different. Next slide, please. All right, and just to put everything and tie it back to our efforts, as Sean mentioned, we've installed over 3,000 chargers throughout the Power Ready program to date. You can find places to charge your vehicle on EV charger apps like PlugShare and the NYCERDA electric vehicle station locator. And if you want to have a charger in your building, you can speak to your building manager and send them to coned.com/powerready. That's just about it for me. Overall, we have a lot of great things going on in the EV space, and we're continuing to push the acceleration of EV adoption in New York City. I do want to thank everyone for their time, and I'm going to pass it off to Jeriana Cohen, who's going to talk to everyone about our demand response program. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Jeriana Cohen. I'm the strategy manager for demand response here at Con Edison, and I'll be talking about our programs today. Next slide, please. So what is demand response? So think about the hottest days of the year when customers are using a lot of energy and there's stress on the grid. This is where demand response comes into play, and we ask customers to reduce their energy usage. This can be through a variety of different strategies, one of which is batteries and distributed energy resources. We at Con Edison have a portfolio of dispatchable resources that we can use for grid flexibility and managing load within a network. And as we see more load and system flexibility come online with electrification, EVs, organic load growth, demand management is going to become even more important. And this can come from a variety of tactics such as non-wires, energy efficiency, and what I'll be focusing on today, demand response. So as you can see on the graph on the right, demand response is decreasing load at peak times. So because of AMI data, we can look at meter level data and see what is being decreased at a specific meter. So we use this data and use it to look at what's being calculated and what's being reduced. And in the case of batteries, we look at how much energy is being exported back onto the grid and what's happening at that site during a demand response event. Next slide, please. So I'll talk through some of the programs that we have here at Con Edison. We have a few different programs focusing a little bit on different things. So our commercial system relief program, or CSRP program, this is our day ahead peak shaving program. And when the day ahead forecast is 92% of the forecasted summer system peak, that's when we know that we're going to be calling a demand response event for our CSRP program. And we have the option to activate this program when the temperature variable is at or above 84 degrees. A few details about this program: we usually call it around 4 to 5 times a year throughout the summer, and we give a 21-hour notice before an event is going to happen. And the way that the program works is that we have broken up our networks within the system into different call windows, and we have 4 different call windows ranging from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. And depending on what network needs, when that network is peaking, that's when we'll be calling an event. And we typically call events around 4 hours at a time for this CSRP program. Our second demand response program is DLRP, or our distribution load relief program. And this is on a network by network basis, depending on very specific needs of a network. So we call these events when the next contingency would result in a condition yellow or there's an active voltage reduction. And for the specifics of this program, we give around 2 hours of notice when an event is going to happen. And again, similar to CSRP, events typically last around 4 hours. And for both of these programs throughout the summer, we pay a reservation payment of around $90 per kilowatt for that summer. We also have 2 other programs, which I'll touch on briefly right now. We have our term and auto dynamic load management, or DLM programs. They're very similar to CSRP and DLRP in that they are our peak shaving and network load relief programs. So the details that you see on this slide here are very relevant to the DLM programs. The only exception is that our DLM programs are 3 to 5 year contracts that are competitively procured through an RFP process. So you would bid in at $1 per kilowatt incentive rate, and that would determine compensation. But one thing to note is that our performance standards for our DLM programs are more demanding than DLRP and CSRP that you see here. And those programs, the DLM programs, those came out of the 2018 storage order to help incentivize getting storage into the state, but they are technology agnostic themselves. So any type of resource is able to enroll in the program. For all of the programs that I've mentioned, our capability period runs from May 1st through September 30th. So that is our summer period. That's when we're calling events. And between all the programs last year, we had around 400 megawatts enroll in the program, and we expect that number to keep growing, especially as more distributed energy resources are interconnected into our service territory. Next slide, please. So because of the AMI rollout, we have seen more customers being able to enroll in demand response. And this opens up a whole new opportunity for customers because we can use this AMI data, as I was mentioning earlier, to calculate performance and understand what's happening at a specific location, including batteries, so when they're exporting onto the grid. And in terms of what we're seeing in enrollment, historically, these programs have been for the largest commercial customers that have had an interval meter installed at their location, but with AMI, more and more customers are enrolling. In terms of customer count, mostly residential customers are now enrolling in this program in pure customer count numbers, but a lot of the megawatts that we're seeing come into the program are coming from large commercial programs or large commercial customers that are enrolling into the program. And as we see more distributed energy resources, batteries, this may change, but we're expecting a lot of growth, a lot of potential from AMI data and things that are going through the interconnection process right now to enable them to enroll in our demand response programs. Next slide, please. I want to touch briefly on our BYOT program. We do have a smart thermostat program. I only bring this up because of dual enrollment. So customers that are enrolled in BYOT cannot enroll in the other programs that I mentioned, but it's easy enough to switch between programs before the capability period. But if there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer questions that may come into the chat and address those offline. And now I pass it to Asim and Kishan.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you once again for joining the workshop this morning. My name is Kishan Patel, and I currently work in the DER operations team in Con Edison. I'm joined by my colleague, Wasim Saloom, who also works in DER operations. So we'll be talking about FERC Order 2222 in the aggregator participation model. I'll start off by going through some of the high-level aspects of the order, and then Wasim will take over and talk about the steps that would be required from an aggregator to participate in the wholesale markets. Next slide, please. All right, so this map shows the wholesale energy markets across the United States. The NYSO footprint, as pointed out, covers the entire state of New York. NYSO, in a nutshell, is responsible for operating wholesale power markets. They trade electricity, capacity, and related products. NYSO also operates the state's high voltage transmission network to ensure reliability of the system and performs long-term planning. The FERC, or the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, has jurisdiction over the entire wholesale energy markets across the U.S. Next slide, please. So in the past, the electricity markets went from left to right. Electricity generators or power plants, they're signed up with the New York ISO to provide wholesale electricity. These wholesale suppliers are generally very large, sophisticated generators that use natural gas or coal or steam to generate power. New York ISO buys electricity directly from these generators and then sells that electricity at wholesale prices to utilities. And then these electric utilities, like us, will buy the wholesale electricity directly from the ISO and then resell this electricity at retail prices to end users. So for current end users that generate excess energy through their DERs, they can import and sell this back to the utilities, which can be done through VETR, net metering, or similar retail tariffs. With the new order, which I'll get into more detail, but there will be a new wholesale tariff where retail customers that generate extra energy can now sell back to the electricity markets at wholesale prices and compete against the traditional power plants. Next slide, please. So FERC Order 2222 was issued back in September 17th, 2020. It's considered to be very groundbreaking because, as just mentioned, it opens a whole new way for retail customers with qualifying DERs to earn money. So the four major parts of the order. So the first, retail customers can sell into the wholesale electricity markets by signing up with an aggregator. The second piece, individual DERs can aggregate to meet minimum size and performance requirements as per NYSO and the utility. The minimum offer is 100 kilowatts at the moment. And then lastly, the NYSO is aiming for some level of implementation in 2023, which Wasim will cover later on. Next slide, please. So this is just a Venn diagram that describes the dual participation model that FERC envisioned, right? So just getting into the tariffs a little bit. So on the left side, this includes the existing retail tariff known as VDER, or the Value Distributed Energy Resources Value Stack. VDER value stack customers are paid via their utility for their net exports. They also receive other value streams that have non-energy and non-capacity components. On the right, this is going to be the right circle. This will include the future wholesale tariff, which will be known as WDS, or Wholesale Distribution Service. And that's expected to be filed with the FERC by May 1st, 2023. WDS customers would be paid or billed for their injections or withdrawals. And the center of both ends of the circle is the dual participation model, which is a combination of WDS and the new retail WVS wholesale value stack tariff. So DERs that are transitioning to dual participating would have to opt into the WVS tariff and then add WDS. As a result, these customers would be compensated or billed by the New York ISO for any exports imports via the WDS tariff at the distribution level. And then by opting into the WVS tariff, these DER that are dual participating would continue to receive the other applicable non-duplicative value streams that value stack customers currently get. So we're currently working through our processes and making changes to our forms and applications to include these future retail and wholesale tariffs. And with that, I'll hand it over to Wasim. We'll talk about the steps required for aggregator to participate in the markets.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. My name is Wasim Saloom, and I currently work alongside Kishan in the new DR operations team at Con Edison. The registration for this new market from NYSO is planned to begin the end of April 2023. In order for you to participate, we are requiring the aggregators to register with both the NYSO and Con Ed. The NYSO registration process is available on their website, and you can get more information regarding that. For our registration, we're requiring you as an aggregator to fill out an application with our company with your name and contact, fill out an NY data security agreement, complete a vendor risk assessment, and tell us about the telemetry that you're going to be planning to install or needed, or we'll give you some information about what you need to connect to be part of this marketplace. Once you complete your requirements, we're going to give you access to this external website where we'll allow you to obtain additional information about a DER that your aggregator would like to enroll in these aggregations. So once it's complete, you have access to this page. Next slide, please. So this, to get research and more information, we created a landing page on our coned.com website. So this page is to be called compete in the wholesale market with private generation. And on this website, you're going to view and download info about the program. We have some frequently asked questions. We're also going to give you guys a list of existing aggregators that are part of this program. And this is also going to allow you where you're going to register and fill out the application that I was talking about. Next slide, please. Once you get approved, registration, we're going to give you a secure access to our website where you can really manage or get information regarding the DERs you want to enroll in the aggregations. So this is a place for aggregators to go and look up DERs by account and meter number. They can validate the account status, tariff info, meter type, the New York zone and subzone or transmission zone they're going to be connected to. Validate if the DER is already in part of aggregation. So if this account or this facility is already part of another aggregation, you can see that. View DR asset information such as type and nameplate capacity. And then if there's any discrepancies or you need more information regarding this account, we also put a place where you can put, start a ticket where you could actually ask questions about this particular DER. And then we'll, as a DER operations team, we'll get back to you with more information. Next slide, please. So once the aggregator has gathered all the information they need, right, they will submit the aggregation to the, they'd like to enroll to the NYSO. So once the NYSO receives it, they will send it to us for review. So this NYSO is allowing us 60 days to complete this review to either approve or decline each individual asset per aggregation. So as a DR operations team, Keyshawn and I will be first going to review the enrollment details and match the interconnection agreement. So these assets are already connected to our system. So we're going to match them with the agreement and that you received when you installed this, and make sure everything matches. We're also going to be verifying the transmission node mapping and interconnection location. So we're going to make sure that whatever is submitted is agreed to what's installed in our system. Then we would be looking at DR meter configuration, so the one line for each of these assets, and really understand what tariffs they could be on and give guidance to our billing team and to the aggregator. Then we're going to be looking at the interconnection. So since these aggregations are be working together in unison, so depending on the type of aggregation it is, we're going to actually be going to a working with our engineering teams at Con Edison to make sure these aggregations have any impacts on our system. All right. So depending on the type of aggregation, we're going to look at as a one entity and how that really impacts the system if it's working together, whether it's injecting or it's exporting. And finally, we're going to be looking at the telemetry is installed. So basically, in order for you to enroll and be part of this this wholesale market, you need telemetry installed and tested through Con Edison to the NYSO. And we will be working with you on getting that completed. With that, I'll pass it over to the next presenter. Thank you.
Go for it. All right, guys. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Basoom Ahmed. I am part of the energy storage group here in Con Ed. We also, so within the energy storage group, we do the utility-owned energy storage, and then we also do the third-party bulk storage. So in this slides, we'll be looking into the utility-owned energy storage systems, some of our requirements, and some upcoming projects we have. Next slide, please. So with the energy storage system, some of the goals we're trying to achieve are to increase our reliability and our resiliency of the existing network, while also providing infrastructure upgrades to low-income and disadvantaged communities. Some other goals we're trying to achieve are to reduce dependency on fossil fuel through the integration of renewable energy resources. We're looking at cost savings through demand response and then peak shavings. We're also trying to meet all our renewable energy and emissions reduction goals through the CLCPA, which is the Climate Leadership Community Protection Act, and also our local EES targets. Next slide, please. Thank you. So here we'll be looking at some of the projects that we have already established, some we're working on right now currently, and some future projects on our pipeline. Starting off with Ozone Park, it's a 2 megawatt, 10 megawatt hour system. It was completely outsourced to a vendor. They did all the procurements for the batteries, for the construction, and we managed and overlooked, and they turned it over to us once the project was completed. This started back in 2019. We had almost 4 summers of operations, and we're looking for the 5th summer this year. This was part of the BQDM program, which is the Brooklyn Queens Demand Management Program. And now currently we are working on Fox Hills, which is a 7.5 megawatt, 30 megawatt hour system. This is also the EPC model, which is the engineering, procurement, and construction model. There is opportunity for vendors to go out and seek out for battery procurement and the construction side, and also some engineering as well. We're looking to get this commissioned by 2023 of this year. So within the next couple of months, we should be up and running. And this will be integrated within our core operations. So now for the future, we have 2 projects in the pipeline. One is Glendale, and the other one is Fresh Kills. Glendale is a 5.8 megawatt system, and then Fresh Kills is a 11.6 megawatt system. There will be the same process of the EPC model, where we will also put out RFPs for the batteries, the engineering, and also different construction related needs. And then RFP for these battery systems will be out by this year, the spring. So within the next couple of months, you should see it on our website. There'll be a link down below at the last slide for me. We expect these two projects to be online by 2025, and they also will be integrated within our core operations. Next slide, please. So some general requirements that we're looking for these battery storage energy success is the compliance to our RFPs. When we send out these RFPs, we'll look at the replies we get, and then we'll go forward from those. The energy storage system must comply with all relevant IEEE standards. Vendors also have to provide a test report for the UL 9540A for us to be able to develop our own fire mitigation systems, right? All equipment has to be approved by the FDNY through the TM2 process, which is the certificate of approval for new equipment. And then also the vendor should help us support our site-specific TM1 approvals as well. Of course, we will try to close out all our permits, state and citywide. And then the battery storage should be able to participate in the NYC wholesale market as well. When we get the battery storage systems, they should be providing a 10-year minimum battery performance warranty and maintenance, which is for the 10-year period, we should be seeing no type of degradation in power or energy. Next slide, please. So back to our future projects on the pipeline. This is the first one we talked about, was Fresh Kills. This is located in the Staten Island region. To the right, you can see a general layout of what we expect to see, but this will change based on the responses we get for the RFPs. Like we said before, it's at 11.6 megawatt system, 46.4 megawatt hours, and an annual accumulated discharge we see up to 16,240 megawatt hours, and that's based on a 350-day cycle and with 15 days of buffer. We do expect to see this online by 2025, and it will be an N1 design contingency, which means there will be 2 feeders going into this site, and we'll have that extra one for a backup if anything happens to the original one. This will help us with the reliability and resiliency of the Fresh Kills network, and also help us with the peak demand reduction. Next, please. Now Glendale is located in Queens, and it will be located in the Glendale substation, the 27 kV substation. This is a 5.8 megawatt system, 23.2 megawatt hours, and we'll also be looking at accumulated discharge rate up to 8,120, same 350-day cycle with that 15-day buffer. And same on the right, you have that general layout of what we expect to see in the Glendale system. And this will change based on the responses we get back from the RFPs. This will also be a N1 design contingency, and we're expecting to look at the same things in reliability, resiliency, and peak demand. Next slide, please. Outsourcing these services, some of the things of these upcoming projects and what we're looking for. So for battery systems, vendors, they should provide the batteries and up to everything to the 460 volt breakers, but not the breakers themselves or the transformers or any high voltage equipment. And then for fire engineering services, we're looking for the engineers to analyze the UL 9540A reports for us, develop emergency response plans, hazard mitigation analysis, and then there will be also the engineers on record for our TM1 application. Construction services, we look for be able to work on substations, do excavations, foundation work, and then any other structural work needed. And then we have geotechnical surveys, so they should be able to do the environmental surveys, load bearing test, and any other analysis that we need. Like I mentioned, for the RFPs for these future projects that we have coming online, the RFPs will be posted up in this link here at our business partner portal. Once you go on this, within the next couple of months, you should be able to see our RFPs up, and you should be able to reply to them. That's it for me, and I will send it over to Constantine for technical updates on distribution engineering.
Thanks, Masoom. Good morning, everyone. My name is Constantine Spanos. I'm in the distribution engineering department. Today, I'm going to give a quick update on what we've been doing, what our scope is, what our team sort of addresses daily, some of the innovations that we've been putting out, and give you guys an update on new interconnection options that are in the pipeline. So we can go on to the overview. I basically step through these things, but if we can focus on the innovation there, I'm going to walk you through kind of the history of the N-1, which is, loss of a feeder, reliability, higher reliability connection that we have at Con Edison, our standard for DER interconnections. How that has evolved over time, where we've gotten more cost efficient for both customers and for our own teams. The new transformer, 2-feeder, 2-transformer option is now going to be our standard, so I'm going to cover that as well. Additionally, I'm going to go into the high tension interconnection option, which is available to customers now, and some new interconnection options that are in the pipeline for 33 kV auto loops, overhead auto loops. So we're going to wrap up just covering up what's coming down the pipeline with the new equipment requirements for inverter-based resources, and I'll give you guys just a brief heads up of what to expect for that. So we can go over to the next slide. Just an overview of the team. We got 20 members here on the interconnection team. It's across high and low tension. So we have engineers that look at ample applications per day, and constantly looking at different strategies to evaluate interconnections that have various complexities and different network configurations or circuit configurations. To date, we have around 500 megawatts of customer solar that have been installed, 25 megawatts of customer energy storage systems, and these numbers are growing very rapidly. Core function of the group is our design and tech innovation. We're always looking for novel protection and controls hardware, and streamlining the interconnection design and process. And a big part of that is, on the right-hand side here, you see system enhancements, both internal and external, how we coordinate with customers, how we coordinate with ourselves. As you may know, interconnections across a number of different functions. So we're working across many different departments internally, and our processes, internal processes are constantly being updated as well. So on the next slide, this is a snapshot of where we are. The volume and complexity of these applications are both increasing, and we have to meet them within mandated timelines, and at the same time we have to look for opportunities to increase the hosting capacity for DG, which I'll cover in the next couple of slides, some of the requirements that we're going to be talking about for future interconnections. Additionally, we really are striving to make these interconnections more cost effective overall, and I'll cover that in the next slide. So we can go to the next slide. Yep. So this is historically how our standard design has been looked like for the N-1 contingency. And as you can see here, we typically had installed 1,500 kVA worth of transformers, which are the squiggly lines there in the middle of the diagram. Each one of those units are a 2,500 kVA block. And in this configuration, we had to extend 3 feeders and 6 transformers. Those transformers were also equipped with a network protector switch, which you can see right underneath them, which would be SCADA connected to the customer controls. This was our standard blockhouse design in the past, and it allowed for the loss of 1 feeder and for the full export of 5 megawatts of power through these, essentially it would be 10 MVA worth of transformation. because we would only allow around 50% backfeed at the time. If you can go to the next slide, you could skip a slide as well. Where we've come to in the recent past, about a year ago, we started doing. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you could see the evolution here. You know, it's gone from a 3-feeder 6 transformer where we've gotten increasing data and comfort on the capabilities of reverse power on the network protector and the transformers. We've increased the capability to export power to 100%. So that allowed us to reduce the number of feeders and transformers to a 2-feeder 4 transformer design. And as we are looking to the future, which is today, to the present, we have a 2-feeder 2 transformer configuration, which is now our standard for DER only customers. So this is kind of a, you know, we are very comfortable that the system life will be appropriate for a DER connection, and the switches are performing under the fault currents that could happen, and we are allowing a greater than 100% reverse power flow today. So this is the new standard. We can go to the next slide. Yeah. So something happened with the slide here where the boxes are kind of off, but I'll sort of walk through it, and maybe in the final copy, I'm not sure if that'll be distributed, but you can see what was illustrated here are two blocks, and if you can imagine, kind of normally a 5 megawatt export would be allowed under a full, you know, an N-1 contingency. We would allow a full export of the system. But in this particular configuration, because we have 2 transformers, if we're losing a single feeder, we're down to a single 2500 kVA transformer. So exporting, you know, the full 5 megawatts through a 2500 kVA transformer is not recommended, to put it lightly. So what we are allowing is while we're going to be doing this 2-feeder 2 transformer configuration, we are going to have a curtailment of the DER down to 3.33 megawatts, which essentially is still allowing 133% of a single transformer's nameplate, and we're going to allow that over a wider window, so that the full export you know, capacity of the battery can be realized just at a reduced power, you know, overall. So overall, this is going to result in the smallest footprint to date that we can have for an interconnection, and it'll be the most cost effective for customers. So apologies on the illustration there, but I think, you know, basically a reduced value over a longer period of time. We can go to the next slide. So as of late, customers have been requesting some modifications to their interconnection design because they have their own equipment, you know, preferences and things of that nature. So on the left, you see our current standard low tension interconnection, where the line of demarcation between the Con Edison side and the customer side is illustrated there on the bottom left in the red dashed line. We would provide essentially everything up to the you know, the network protector switch and the metering compartment. So it'd be feeder, transformer, and switch. On the right hand side with a high tension interconnection, this is something that we can offer upon request. You can see the different configurational details here. Typically, there's a customer manhole which we would transfer the ownership at that point. We would extend the feeders up to that customer manhole. And then after that, the customer would then be sort of in charge of designing their own switch gear, their own additional switches, their own transformers, procuring those. And because we, you know, typically we have historically used this interconnection and reserved it for very large customers. You know, just due to the coordination challenges presented by this for protection. So relying on customer equipment does involve additional equipment that will be necessary on the customer side, such as you could see there a high side breaker on the primary system. There's also the low tension breakers on the low side system. There's also intertie breakers that are normally open, and a grounding and testing device that must be used when we are working with scheduled outages to make sure that the system, those feeders, are de-energized to prevent backfeed. So if you do have an interest in receiving a high tension interconnection, please reach out to your CPM. They can discuss the specifics. This might be a cost-effective option for you if you do have existing contracts for this equipment. But again, it's not our standard, so it would be upon request. If we go to the next slide, this is just an additional option that we are developing now for 33 kV overhead feeders. This is essentially a vacuum recloser switch with a just a very high voltage rating, a voltage class that exists in our Staten Island territory, which has typically not had a commercial ready solution, and has been a gap in the technology space, which we have been trying to fill for a bit of time. So we have been working with this on this for some time. We've worked with New York Best on this to get this device developed, and the manufacturer, of course, that is producing this. We have this getting tested currently. It's performing well. We are going to be doing that through the summer period this year, and then we will have some final testing wrapping up through the first quarter of next year, and we will, upon developing the specifications, which will happen shortly after, we will begin offering this as an interconnection solution for those customers to provide for just more options. If we go to the last slide, just something to keep note of, the SIR, the New York State SIR, is getting revised. That is pending sometime in April. Upon that revision, we will be requiring new UL 1741 SB listed inverters. So there are two phase-in dates to be mindful of. So for systems that are greater than 50 kilowatts, you will have to have an SB listed inverter after the SIR update effective date for 2023. So just keep in mind that becomes effective on the update date. For systems that are less than or equal to 50 kilowatts, the SB won't be required until June 1st of this year. So what we're also going to be requiring, and these are published on our website on the DG specifications page, so highly advise that you visit and look at the resources there. There will be additional settings that will have to be put on the inverters. So this is, for those who don't know, this is a volt var, kind of reactive power support capability has to be enabled. We will also be requiring frequency droop and other standard settings that are typical of most inverters today. So this is going to be important for the long term. As I mentioned, one of our main goals and priorities is to increase hosting capacity in general. This is something that is part of the company's initiatives and objectives, and to ensure the reliability and safety of the system, and also to reduce interconnection cost where systems have significant voltage excursions from injections. So that is pretty much wraps up the SB phase-in. So if you have any questions, please reach out to our teams and do consult the resources that are available on our website. You can go to the next slide. I'm now going to hand it off to Christine and Julio. That's all I have. Thank you, guys.
Good morning. I'm Christine Gorman, and I'm a part of the DG Ombudsman team. I will kick off the discussion related to the interconnection policies and updates before I hand it off to my coworker, Julio. The DG Ombudsman team is the liaison for the interconnection concerns and issues, and we provide support to internal and external groups for all DER-related information. Today, I will briefly discuss the 3 types of interconnection processes and then present historical numbers and recent milestones. Next slide, please. The 3 processes related to DG interconnection are the standardized interconnection requirements, more commonly known as the SIR, which is ideally for distribution interconnections up to 5 megawatts for VDER compensation. This is the process that is used for the majority of solar and battery projects. Next, we have the utility process, which is ideally for distribution interconnections not seeking VDER compensation and not under the SIR or the NYSO jurisdiction. And lastly, we have the NYSO process, which is ideally for distribution interconnections from 2 megawatts not seeking VDER compensation or those on the bulk system. Next slide, please. The interconnection process involves many various groups, as you can see here. Majority of the billing and rates are supported by customer operations and rate engineering. Listed on the left side of the screen here, you can see the various REV-related initiatives. And lastly, Energy Services is the customer-facing group and handles the project management of the various DG projects. Our engineering group handles the technical related aspects of the interconnection process. As you can see, there are many different components to these projects, and the success of the DG interconnection process simply would not be where it is without the support of all these groups. Next slide, please. As you can see here, our customers have continuously supported the clean energy vision over the past decade. The increase in solar interconnected has been vast, especially in the past 2 years. Thanks to the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, also known as the CLCPA, tax reductions and incentives, and the willingness and desire of our customers. Next slide. This graph here shows the cumulative megawatts installed, reaching a recent achievement, as Sean mentioned earlier, of 500 megawatts that we reached earlier this month. So I just want to thank the parties involved, which includes a lot of people attending here today that work towards this milestone. We are looking forward to seeing the further growth of the clean energy in the upcoming years. Next slide. I also just want to note the breakdown of our solar system sizes before I wrap up by acknowledging the high quantity of our smaller residential systems. I believe this breakdown is pretty unique compared to most of New York and even the country, as our territory is very dense. The breakdown here shows the small residential systems taking up a larger percentage of our total KW interconnected. I just wanted to mention that and acknowledge all the residents of New York City and Westchester that are participating in clean energy. I will now turn it over to my coworker Julio for the duration of this presentation.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Christine. As Christine mentioned, my name is Julio Taldaguila, and I am a project specialist with the DG Ombudsman team here at Con Edison. Today, I have the pleasure to present to you a high-level overview of the SIR process, as well as I will be going over some of the resources that we have to offer to our customers, to you all. I will start with the overview of the SIR process. Next slide, please. When it comes to the SIR process, there are many stakeholders involved with the process itself. It takes a lot of time, opportunity, and feedback for us to go back and forth over the red line process with the interconnection policy working groups, NYSERDA, the PSE staff, industry stakeholders, the DG Ombudsman people, interconnection technical working groups, and the utility engineering teams. All the rules and requirements in the SIR process, including the milestones, as well as the impacts for cost and what we study in the process, all relate to what we as a utility at Con Edison, as well as the other utilities across the state, have to provide from a compliance perspective to be able to support the customer experience for interconnection. So if you're looking to understand the SIR process, it is important to understand that we can provide that support, but the process itself is not driven by one utility. It is by a conglomerate of different stakeholders that actually write the rules and update the document. Next slide, please. The process itself is divided into 2 groups or 2 categories, less than or equal to 50 kW and projects which are greater than 50 kW up to 5 megawatts. The projects that are less than 50 kW are typically small. These are typical residential small commercial applications. There's no fee to apply. You could incorporate, as we have seen, some small commercial installations in the New York City area. And the timeline is usually driven by the developers, such as when they can actually install and get permission to operate, as well as get the permitting and site complete. The projects that are greater than 50 kW up to 5 megawatts, these are a little bit more complex. Here you have a $750 non-refundable application fee, and these projects undergo a screen, a network screen, and an overhead screen. If they pass the screen, the projects are approved and move to interconnection based on construction complete. And if they don't pass, there is a series of mitigating opportunities for the developer to review and to get the project to be greenlit for interconnection. Now I'm going to go over some of the resources that we have to offer. Next slide, please. We have several training sessions throughout the year related to interconnection, starting with this one here, the CUNY workshop, which we offer every March, and we'll continue to partner and continue to do it. We have the developer focus groups with energy services. And I know that some of you have already been part and been invited from energy services. This is where we get feedback directly from you using a third party to understand where we can do better as far as performance and as it relates to interconnection. So if you have been part or have been invited, please continue to support and give your candid feedback as it helps us increase and enhance the interconnection process. The next, let's see. And then we have the webinar for energy storage, partnering with New York Best. This has been a success for the past 3 to 4 years, and we continue to partner and have this one also. Also, the annual developer workshop, which many of you attended this past July. We'll be having that again in December, and we look forward to having all of you be part of that in December. Let's see. And I know that some of you in the residential side with solar have been part of the Connect DER initiative launch and the ongoing support with that. If you would like to be added to our mailing list so that we can invite you to these workshops, you can write to us at dgexpert@coned.com, and we'll be happy to add you to our invite list. And I will be showing that email again on the last slide, so don't worry. And I know that it has been brought up in the earlier presentations. So going forward, next slide, please. So as we look forward to 2023 and beyond, as Constantine mentioned in his last presentation, we're anticipating the release of the SIR update between April and May. As Constantine also mentioned, there will be some new smart inverter requirements and some new requirements with the IEEE standards. And we continue with the cost sharing effort, also 2.0 effort. Next slide, please. And with that, on behalf of myself, Christine, and the entire Con Edison team, and all of us who presented here this morning, I would like to thank you for allowing us to present to you, and would like to invite you to, if you have any training needs or any support that you need, I invite you to write to us at dgexpert@coned.com, and we'll be happy to look into that. And with that, I believe I am going to pass it next to Daniela Leifer and Emily Sweeney. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the entire Con Edison team. I thought that was very informative, and I hope that was informative for all of our attendees. Please continue to drop questions in the Q&A box, and our ombudsman will make sure to gather all of those questions, and they will be sent to the presenters to be answered in writing. And to answer some of your questions, yes, a recording of this webinar will be posted along with the slides on our website, newyorksolarmap.com, as soon as possible. So we will have a few minutes for questions. So let me, from participants. So this first question is for Kevon. Is there a usage/etiquette guide for public curbside chargers? So for example, in a single family home, someone plugs in their EV and leaves it charged overnight. But is there an understanding on how to handle multiple users wanting to use the public chargers in a dense area?
Hi, thank you. So as far as the question, as far as regulation, so Con Edison, we facilitate the chargers being installed. The best way I can answer that is that, the charging station and the curb are one plug each. So, I mean, if it's available, then you can use it. If it's currently being used, best judgment, you'll have to wait till that person is finished. Also, to cover the topic of chargers located in, let's say, in a private building, that'll be subject to the rules of the owner of the building or the management company if those chargers are dedicated to just the tenants of that building. One thing that I do want to point out is that we do have chargers that are what's called on private sites, and we also have publicly accessible chargers. Now, publicly accessible chargers, those are chargers that you may find in shopping centers, maybe supermarkets, and same as those are just subject to the operations of that business owner. But it's just typically most plugs that you'll see on the street are single port, so just one user at a time.
Okay, great. And so this next question is for the general question to the entire Con Ed team. So will Con Ed be publishing historical data on how often feeder voltages go outside the window that would trigger volt/VAR? Currently, developers have no way to evaluate the revenue impacts of volt/VAR.
Thanks, Christine. I'll take that question. I think this is something that we do through our impact studies. So one thing that we are doing is studying kind of the historical voltage at the AMI meter for those customer sites. And what we will do is for sites that have excursions that are, generally they're running a little higher or lower, what we will do is we're going to adjust the deadband of the volt VAR curve so that we can mitigate the number of excursions. I think customers can look at or request historical AMI voltage data, and perhaps this could be a conversation on kind of what their preferred settings are if they want to do some additional calculations. But generally, what we do is we look at the historical data over time, and we determine kind of the optimal volt VAR settings. So on a case-by-case setting, stance, we're going to be looking at this for customers that have essentially deviations from where our nominal is.
Great, thank you. This question is again for Kevon. Are there any businesses that have to add EV chargers throughout the city, like hospitals, hotels, or commercial buildings?
So that's a good question. And so it's more so predicated on the laws. So currently there is a law where approximately 20% of the available parking spaces need to provide or supply EV charging. And so that's not a Con Edison thing. That's a New York City and state regulation. We have learned, and we do have our policy liaisons have learned that they may be increasing the availability from maybe 20% to 40%. And so, business owners that do have available parking spaces, whether they're private or designated, that's just something to be mindful of. But currently it is at 20%. And I'm pretty sure, of course, when the city or the state legislature comes to a decision, they'll communicate that openly to the public.
Great, thank you. Another question about EVs to you. Do you have permitting regulatory requirements for V2G developers and participants? And do you have equipment requirements and guidelines for chargers and vehicle developers planning to participate in V2G?
So the V2G, and as far as, well, first let's start with, we do follow the New York City, depending on where your charger is installed. So Con Edison, we service New York City, which falls into the 5 boroughs, and then you have also Westchester, which is a different municipality. So for any EV charger projects within the 5 boroughs, they have to go by Department of Buildings electrical code. And so in order for us to be able to close out projects or to process projects through our system, we do need to see that those projects have already been certified and passed by the jurisdiction, regardless if that's DOB or Westchester municipality. As far as requirements to equipment, we're agnostic. We don't have any requirements to equipment. We don't, it's as long as your equipment it meets whatever manufacturer guidelines, but that's not something that we focus more so on. We just focus on that the work was done to code. And so that is something that you have to supply when going through the program.
Great. And we'll do one last question. Again, this is for a general Con Ed question for the team. So how does a customer request historical AMI data? Is there someone from the Con Ed team that would be able to answer that question?
So I know that the AMI data that we have available is readily downloadable through Green Button Connect. I think that might be consumption data, historically. So I'm not sure about in this case, I think the customer or developer is interested in voltage specifically. So I think it's, I don't know if that's something that is downloadable through that Green Button Connect, but I think the data is available, and I think for customers that would like to review the settings, I think that's something that maybe could be requested from the AMI team. I'm not sure about the specifics of what's available to customers today in the platform, so I think we'd have to take that one back.
Great. Okay, thank you all. Your presentations were really great and valuable, and any unanswered questions will be sent to you and answered in writing and then posted on our website. So moving right along, we're going to go into the FDNY portion of our agenda, where we'll focus on updates for the FDNY application processes for solar and storage. And we'll begin with an introduction by my colleagues, Emily and Daniela.
Hi, everybody. Thank you again to the Con Ed team. Before we move into the formal presentations from the city AHJs, just wanted to take a few minutes to do a little bit of kind of history. It's helpful to set the stage a little bit by taking a step back and looking at where we've come from and how these interagency collaborations have evolved and helped shape the market over time. Sustainable CUNY's solar efforts kicked off in 2006 with formation of the New York City Solar Partnership with the then Mayor's Office of Sustainability, now the Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice, along with the New York City Economic Development Corporation. And broadly, the goal was to identify and address barriers to solar, and figure out what was needed to, unlock market barriers. And then after Hurricane Sandy hit is when we expanded our focus to storage, doing, very much of the same kinds of digging into, technical issues and technical needs for unlocking the market. Our initial efforts focused around, early on initial efforts focused around establishing a baseline. Where are we now? And what future actions are going to be needed? What are the initial key barriers to solar deployments? What's getting in the way? What doesn't exist that needs to exist? And drawing on the expertise and the active collaboration with our AHJ partners to identify solutions that would resolve those and create what was needed. Ultimately, in pursuit of establishing a clear and consistent regulatory framework to handle the eventual coming growth of those markets. You can move to the next slide. And since then, our ongoing efforts with our AHJ partners have continued to refine and streamline those processes for permitting, approving, and deploying solar and storage. Although this chart that you're looking at shows only the installed solar capacity in New York City. It is really ultimately, we're showing this just to highlight the kinds of market and regulatory developments that my team at the DG Hub has collaborated on to help further unlock the market in New York City. Less than 10 years ago, there was only about 20 megawatts of solar installed citywide. And as of February of this year, the city's approaching the 350 mark. So good work, solar installers. And we're seeing continued ramp up of storage installations too. But another key point that this chart helps to illustrate is the importance of getting state and local policies right to support growth of market and progress towards our renewable energy targets. And that's one of the key roles that of the Ombudsman program, helping provide our agency partners with feedback and the kinds of insights from industry to help shape those. And on that note, prior to introducing our FD&Y segment, I want to share some brief details about the current efforts that we have underway and what's in store for 2023 with regards to our collaboration with our FD&Y partners. This includes, first and foremost, our project around streamlining and integration of small energy storage products, COAs, certificates of approval, and expedited review of these systems, which will integrate the equipment review between FD&Y as well as DOB, eliminating the need for separate OTCR review of small systems, and essentially creating more or less an as-of-right pathway for installations of small energy storage systems in the 1 to 2 family home market segment. We have been meeting weekly with the team from FD&Y's tech management, as well as code development units, alongside DOB and OTCR as well, since last summer to hammer out this framework. Out of that effort, that working group has also developed a template that will help fill in some important informational gaps relating to the emergency management notifications and communication plans for small systems and how they handle those, which by necessity function differently than they do for larger commercial type systems. In the coming year, we're excited about seeing more COA activity of all sizes and types and shapes, with plans in the works for outreach to industry and product suppliers to increase the pipeline of products that are being submitted for the COA. So with that, I will turn it over to our presenters from FD&Y, Yash Patel and John Ingenito, both of whom have participated with us on this event for years now, and have been really instrumental in sharing this valuable information to help keep industry participants up to date on new developments from FD&Y, since the change is always happening. So we really appreciate their contributions. Thanks, guys. And Yash, I'll hand the baton off to you.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Daniela. My name is Yash Patel, and I am part of the sustainability unit at Tech Management, and I'm one of the engineers tasked with reviewing ESS applications and certificate of approvals for ESS. I will be presenting the filing process of the requirements for battery energy storage systems. Next slide, please. Together with CUNY, we have worked on a permitting process guideline for outdoor battery energy storage systems that incorporate lithium-ion technology, which I've hyperlinked to the slide. From the guideline, you will see the necessary requirements and processes for filing outdoor lithium-ion ESS installations. Even though the guidelines are intended for lithium-ion technology, ESS installations with other chemistries will follow a similar procedure and incorporate many of the requirements set forth by our outdoor storage rule 3 RCNY 608-01, which is also a hyperlink to a slide. If the hyperlinks don't work, I've included a reference slide at the end with the full links. Also, when creating the submission package for any project, please note that Tech Management at FD&Y has stopped accepting paper submissions. So all submissions are done through the FD&Y business portal, which is also hyperlinked, and the full link is on the last slide. Next slide, please. According to 2022 Fire Code, battery energy storage systems are now allowed to be installed indoors and on the premises of R3 occupations, which was previously not allowed. The installation criteria and possible installation locations will be detailed in the COA for that specific equipment. Also, this 2022 code requires battery energy storage systems to be listed to 9540 second edition. However, if the system was tested to UL 9540A fourth edition and listed to 9540 first edition prior to the enactment of the fire code 2022, then the 9540 first edition listing will be considered an equivalent for the second edition and will be acceptable to us. Next slide, please. For a developer to install a battery energy storage system, they need two things: a certificate of approval for the equipment itself and a TM1 form that is the site-specific approval for that installation. And depending on the size of the battery system, you might need multiple TM1 applications, which might be for the non-water-based fire suppression, the NFPA 15 system, which is a dry pipe water spray system, and TM1 for the fire alarm system. The cost for the application is $945. When you submit the applications, we want to see site plans created by a design professional that show the location of the ESS and any other relevant information. We want a narrative for the scope of work, so it's easier for us to understand what we're looking at. And we want cut sheets of the system components, installation documents, manuals from the manufacturer for the equipment, commissioning and decommissioning plan, UL listings, and any other information that may be relevant to the application. Next slide, please. In this slide, I've detailed the steps that need to be taken to file these applications. They're all relatively the same, except they just differ in step 3, where you need to choose what kind of application it is. And that part is the most important, because when applications are submitted to the portal, they go to admin, and admin looks at what the equipment, like whatever was submitted, and then assigns it to the appropriate unit. Whereas if you choose the wrong subset for the application, it'll be sent to a whole different unit. And then it depends on that unit's time frame to look at the application and then kick it back to admin. It's filed in the wrong category. Next step, next slide, please. All right. To install energy storage systems, the equipment manufacturer of the system will need to apply for a certificate of approval. To file the TM2 application, it costs $625. They need to provide cut sheets for the system components, narrative that describes the BSS, battery energy storage systems, modes of operation, any incorporated safety systems, and the sequence, the activation sequence of those safety systems. We also require installation manuals and any other technical documentation. The system needs to be listed to 9540, 1973, and the inverter needs to be listed to 1741. Also, we require UL 9540A testing, and that needs to be to the 4th edition. And we require a hazard mitigation analysis that is done by a New York licensed fire protection engineer. And we also require emergency response plan. Next slide, please. As same with the TM1 application, the TM2 follows the similar steps, except step number 3, which is very important. And that's about it. Next slide, please. Also, this slide just describes the process the application kind of goes through, whether it be the TM2 or the TM1. So we get the application. Once it comes into our queue, we review it. If there's any kind of deficiencies or things that need to be corrected, we send out a letter of deficiency to the applicant, and that's issued through the portal. So once you receive that letter of deficiency, you just need to correct whatever was missing or information that we requested, and upload that information to the portal. If you send it to us via email, we will not look at it. Everything needs to be submitted through the portal, and all communications are essentially done through the portal. Next slide, please. When designing the ESS installations and choosing location for the installation, there are many things that need to be considered. The physical size and charge density of the ESS and what hazards it might pose. Is the ESS near any buildings, windows, HVAC intakes, gas stations, schools? The gases that can be generated during a thermal event? What safety systems are in place to prevent battery failure? And what systems are in place to control and fight the fire due to battery failure? Are there sufficient hydrants in the area? Do those hydrants provide enough water? And who will be the subject matter expert for the system? And who will be the certificate of fitness holder? And also what events, what procedures need to be followed in the case of event by the COF, the SME, and the FDNY, and how to dispose of the ESS after its life cycle. Next slide, please. Based on the Fire Code 2022, there are 3 types of installations that are allowed: outdoor, indoors, and R3 occupancies. Rooftops is considered outdoors according to the outdoor rule 3 RCNY 608-01, and will be viewed, or sorry, it would be need to follow those requirements. Installations in R3s are attached garages, detached garages, and mounted outdoor and exterior walls. There are no installations allowed inside the R3 occupancies in any kind of living areas. Next slide, please. As described before, you're allowed to have them in attached garages. For those, there is a set limit of 20 kilowatt hour per battery storage system, serving the single dwelling unit. And for attached garages and exterior wall installations, there's a limit of 40 kilowatt hour per battery energy storage system, serving a single dwelling unit. All right. Next slide, please. For outdoor installations, there is no size limit. And also, you require, as I mentioned before, there's different types of TM1s that might be required based on the size of the system. So if it's a small system, it would just probably need a TM1 for the installation approval and a TM1 for the fire alarm system. But if it's like a larger system, it might need a TM1 for the for the water-based fire suppression system and the NFPA 15 system. If the battery energy storage system doesn't have a COA, then it will not be allowed to be installed. So all BSS systems need a COA prior to installation. Next slide, please. For indoor installations, there's a size requirement that is dictated by the table in 608.9.1.1. And also inside that table, it sets forth the requirement of control areas, and that is found in FC 5003.8.3.3. And indoor system installations shall be reviewed and approved by the Department of Buildings in accordance with that agency's requirements, with department review and approval of energy storage management systems and monitoring stations, smoke control, smoke purge systems, explosion mitigation, and such fire protection and hazard mitigation systems and measures as required to be reviewed by the department. If the BSS has a COA, then the installation parameters are listed within that COA for that indoor installation and the requirements of the FC, the fire code. And if that installation meets those kind of requirements, you don't need to file a TM1 with a small system, and is only required a DOB approval. If the installation parameters are not within the COA and it's a unique case, they need to file a TM1 with the fire department to get approval for that specific site installation. Next slide, please. When submitting TM1 applications, it is very crucial to provide certain information for the review process to be efficient as possible. Based on the battery chemistry and the charge density of the ESS, information that needs to be provided will vary. For information related to the ESS itself, we want to see the system size, the applicable product standards that are met, the number of battery cells in the system, the battery chemistry of those cells, the voltage. We want to see the UL listings, any cascading protection. Next slide, please. The number and types of racks in the enclosure, ventilation system, if it's required based on the code, the defragration venting, if it's required by the code. And also for the inverter, we want to see the size, type, listing for the inverter, what the inverter monitors, any protection measures that are built into the inverter. Next slide, please. As a part of our rule, we require all ESS systems to have a battery management system. Since not all battery management systems are equivalent, we require a description of the BMS, what it monitors, who will be monitoring the output of the BMS, information on how the BMS can detect a failure has occurred, the steps that are taken if failure is detected by the BMS. Also provide information on any other safety systems that are included, like gas sensors, hydrogen sensors, thermal sensors, ground fault protection, arc fault protection. Next slide, please. Despite the battery chemistry and size, we require all ESS installations to have a process to completely shut down the ESS, known as an e-stop. The e-stop will shut down the system in the event of failure without affecting any of the safety systems incorporated within the ESS. For the e-stop, we want to know the location of the e-stop, who will have access to the e-stop, what is being done to prevent unauthorized access to the e-stop. We also require all applications to have a commissioning, decommissioning, and emergency management plan. NFPA 855 gives great guidance on what to include and exclude in the commissioning and decommissioning plan. For the energy, for the emergency management plan, we want to see actions that are taken in the event of a failure, the responsibilities of the subject matter experts, and the fitness, a certificate of fitness holder in the event of a failure. Next slide, please. For installations on the rooftop or inside buildings, we need to know the construction of the building, where the ESS is located, how will FDNY have access to the ESS, the ventilation system for the entire building, HVAC intakes in the vicinity of proposed ESS location, water-based suppression system, if required, standpipe outlet locations near the installation, emergency exit locations, and the fire hydrant locations. Next slide, please. This is just their contact information for our unit. Next slide, please. And this is the references slide. All right, thank you so much. I'll pass it over to John.
Good morning, everyone. Just want to confirm everyone can hear me? No?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right, excellent. Thank you. Good morning. My name is John Janito. I'm the supervisor of the Rooftop Access Unit. And today I'll be discussing, next slide, please. Today, I'll be giving a brief overview, very similar to the one we give every year, a bit about the fire management operations on rooftops, why we need access to these rooftops, what is the critical role the firefighters play on these rooftops during a fire emergency. We're going to delve into the code sections a bit, give you a brief overview of them and the interpretations of them, and maybe go at the end, go into some non-compliant conditions, how to address them, and how to file. Yash touched on that very well in his presentation, and I'll just build upon that for how to file for a rooftop. Next slide, please. So the fire management operations. Next slide. No, so there is a saying, nothing shall deter the members assigned the roof position from carrying out their assigned duties. So during a fire emergency, multiple firefighters will climb up to the rooftop. You can see on the right-hand picture, they're attempting to get on the rooftop for this kind of building, combustible, possibly cut and vent, possibly do perimeter searches. And from the left photo, very rarely, sometimes they must perform a rooftop rope rescue, which is essentially someone's hanging out a building, out a window. There's no way for them to evacuate, and the firefighters must lower themselves down, grab the person, and either bring them up to the rooftop level or lower them to the ground safely. Next slide, please. So a little bit more on what the position, what it requires when the firefighter is on the rooftop and what they'll be doing. A perimeter search shall include going from front to rear, side to side of the building, checking shafts, checking anywhere essentially there is windows or outlets where fire, smoke, hot gases may be venting out. They want to see where the smoke is. They want to get a better idea of where the fire is and where they should be attacking the fire. They're going to be transmitting all this vital information down to the incident commander on the roof, on the grade level, who's directing not only the firefighters on the rooftop, but the ones in the building find the fire from multiple angles. That is the best way for them to get it under control. Finally, they're going to be on buildings that are capable of being cut. They're going to cut ventilation to relieve some of that hot gas. There are other forms of ventilation, as breaking windows, opening hatches, breaking skylights, opening doors. They're trying to basically pull out that hot gas, that smoke, so it's easier for the firefighters to operate in there and for them to be able to basically try and control where the fire is spreading. Next slide, please. As I said, rooftop venting is key in the early stages of fire operations. Like I said, it relieves some of the hot gases, smoke, and heat, which can prolong the life of those trapped inside a burning building, can aid in firefighters doing their search and rescue operations, can help make the hose operations more efficient and help extinguish the fire. And in the cases of cutting trenches and venting, like cutting a rooftop and venting the rooftop, it can help control the horizontal spread of the fire by changing where the fire flows and moves toward. In H-type buildings, especially combustibles, it's critical to be able to cut a trench in the throat of the building, as you can see in the right-hand diagram. This prevents, when a fire is raging in one section or wing of the building, it from spreading easily to the other wings. This allows them to contain the fire and better fight it and get it under control. Next slide, please. So that's a very, very basic view of the operations they do on the rooftops. And this is just the code that's supposed, assist them in being able to perform their duties on these rooftops. Next section, next slide. So the main section governing rooftop access is FC 504.4. We currently have the 2022 fire code that is effective as of April 15th, 2022. 504.4 deals with rooftops that are 100 feet or less in height and have a slope of 20 degrees or less. This includes all rooftops within a building. So I know many buildings have multiple roof levels, multiple heights for the rooftops. So it's not just the main height of the building, it's all rooftop levels under a specific bin must provide the required clearances on their rooftops. Even buildings that are, say, the main building is over 100 feet, if it has lower rooftops attached under that bin to the building, those lower rooftops are required to comply with the requirements of FC 504.4. Next slide, please. So, you need access on your rooftop. What's the first thing the firefighters need to do? They need to get onto the rooftop. So you need rooftop perimeter access. For every 12 feet of frontage space, you require at least 6 feet open. The pattern will obviously depend on the size of the building. It's laid out very clearly in FC 504.4.1. And these apparatus accessible exposures must be calculated on the apparatus accessible exposures, which are normally streets, parking lots, or basically any exposure the truck can drive up to and ladder the building. Next slide, please. So premise access location shall be a minimum of 6 feet in each direction, which means a minimum of 6 feet wide, 6 feet deep, and they must have a clearance of 9 feet above the parapet and rooftop level. This is because the firefighters must put the ladder onto the rooftop, and the ladder does not necessarily always touch directly down onto the parapet. They try to leave a little space, and then they have to climb over on the ladder and then jump down. So if you can imagine, the ladder peaks over quite a bit, plus the firefighter's height. You need a lot of head clearance for them to get over the parapet and down onto the rooftop. The landings all must connect to the clear path, and no fence shall obstruct the landing area and shall provide clear access to the path via gate. So if you have a fence, you land, you have a fence beyond the landing area to the clear path, because I know a lot of places like to utilize the space either for recreational areas, especially schools. They want to put playground areas, because obviously space is a premium in New York. They'll have fences, and they need to provide a gate through those fences after the landing area so that the firefighters can access from the landing area onto the rooftop and do the necessary operations on the rooftop. Any gates must be 3 feet wide, inward swinging, and may be secured by a padlock for the safety of those on the rooftop. But the chain and padlock that secure that must be cut off by standard bolt cutters so the firefighters can quickly get through that and get onto the rooftop itself. Next slide, please. It's important to know where you must take these measurements and how you calculate where the landing areas are. The measurements are taken from the inside of the parapet. They do not include the parapet itself. Wide parapets are not considered to be part of the landing area. It's important when you must file with the rooftop unit or DOB, you must include the height of the decorative raised or parapets, or indicate what type of parapet we're dealing with, because certain types of parapets, certain types of heights of parapets can cause an obstruction to the laddering operations. An extremely tall parapet makes it difficult for a firefighter to jump down. You don't want to be jumping down 10 feet. They're rare, but there are parapets that are 10 feet or more in height. And it's very difficult for a firefighter to jump down from that and then in a real emergency situation, climb back off it. Next slide. Slope parapets can still be usable. Those locations can be usable for landing, but the calculation for the landing area does not include the slope section of the parapet. It includes the flat portion of the rooftop beyond it. So at the termination of the slope is where you begin your calculation for your 6x6 landing areas. Also, decorative parapet cornices are not considered to be part of the landing area. They're not generally well supported and not good for the firefighters to be standing directly on. Firefighters will generally try and land from the actual facade wall forward, so that when they land, they're not only big guys, they're wearing a lot of heavy gear. They don't want to land on something that's not really meant for them to be on, and it break out beneath them, and now it's a disaster. So next slide, please. So there can be perimeter access obstructions not only on the rooftop itself, they can be on the exterior of the building itself. So not just at the roof level, but all around the building can cause obstructions to the ladder. The ladder doesn't just magically appear up there, it has to go up at an angle, obviously. So structures affixed to the exterior building must allow for access to the perimeter access locations. Things that can limit that access are sun control devices, awnings, solar panels, and fire escapes. As you can see in the picture to the right, bottom right, solar panels, while not on the rooftop itself, line the entire side of this building. Ladders do come up at an angle, and we do not want to be crushing or hitting into these as the ladder comes up toward it. You need to ensure that the area beneath is not going to cause obstruction for the ladder coming up to it. Same with the signage, that actually happens to be at the roof level. That's blocking access, obviously. And fire escapes, while necessary for the life safety of the occupants in the building, can make it difficult to ladder the building for multiple reasons. One, we don't, especially on taller buildings, the ladder has to get much closer, and we do not want to necessarily hit the fire escape and damage it while people may be trying to use it to evacuate. We also do not want to place the firefighters and the ladder directly above it, as in a panic state, occupants of the building may try to understandably try to grab onto the firefighter who's attempting to scale the ladder, or try to jump onto the ladder itself, and that creates a very dangerous situation. So we generally try to push away the landing areas from directly over the fire escapes. Next slide, please. So new to the 2022 fire code is a clarification on what height of parapet would be considered to be an obstruction and what height of parapet is not considered to be an obstruction to landing areas. Any parapet or protective barrier with a height of 4 feet or less is not considered to be an obstruction to perimeter access landing areas and can be utilized for those landings. This is a question that's been coming up a lot lately since the introduction of the 2022 fire code. So I want to just clarify on this. There is a requirement for all parapets, railings, and protective barriers constructed after the effective date of this code to be able to handle 350 pounds. This is only for the perimeter access landing areas. This is not for any other required clear path protections. This is only for the perimeter access landing areas because it is meant so that the firefighter can dismount and remount to the ladder from the rooftop, and they may have to place their foot on that protective barrier, and we do not want it buckling beneath their weight. This is not a retroactive. This is only for newly constructed barriers. So existing parapets do not currently have to be modified. It's newly constructed parapets after the effective date of this code, and it's only the ones along the perimeter access locations, not the railings that say for clear path protection around a shaft. Next slide, please. If your parapet is higher than 4 feet, you may be required to provide a platform or some other means to reduce the height differential between the top of the parapet and a landing area beyond it to 4 feet. This is usually will be done. This will pretty much be done through a filing with the FDNY to determine what is necessary, what is safe, and what was useful for the firefighters on for those operations. Next slide, please. During construction, all scaffolding must be designed and existing scaffolding must be modified to adequately provide access to the rooftop and our clearance areas. And during the course of a review, the rooftop access unit may request additional signage. There are times that hazards and obstructions are not visible from the street level, and we want the firefighters to be aware of them so that they can ladder the proper locations and not waste critical time having to relocate the ladder or risk jumping down to an unsafe location and hurting themselves and causing an even bigger incident and issue. Next slide, please. Also new, we know that not only is there solar entering the renewables market, we have seen some wind turbines entering the market. And so we have addressed some concerns. Any equipment, so for wind turbines, any equipment with exposed or moving parts such as turbines must provide the following. No parts of the equipment may obstruct the required clearances. This includes the clear path, the clearances around critical locations such as doors, scuttles, skylights, hatches, and the perimeter access location itself. Moving parts are not permitted to be within 3 feet of any clearance areas. So as you can see in the diagram, you have the rotating fan blades, turbine blades, and they are set 3 feet away from the 6 foot wide, 9 foot high clearance area. The tips or ends of the equipment shall be marked with reflective material. Basically, we want the firefighters always carry some sort of light up with them when they're accessing the rooftops. We want them to be in low light, smoky conditions, able to recognize the tips of these fan blades and avoid them, because we do not want them being hit or being injured by the moving fan blades. And we will require certain signage to indicate that there's a hazard and mark off the location that the firefighter should not, and the general public should not be entering around these turbines. Next slide, please. So clear paths. You got onto your rooftop, now you need to get around your rooftop and get to your critical areas. Clear paths shall be 6 feet wide, 9 feet tall, traverse from front to rear, side to side. There shall be a minimum of one distinct clear path every 100 linear feet, with no more than 100 feet between any distinct clear paths. They shall connect to all required clearance areas and rooftop storage energy systems, provide access to newly constructed buildings must provide access to windowed areas along the sides of buildings not accessible to fire apparatus. Solar panels, glass, or other transparent materials may not be used as part of the clear path. There has been discussion of walkable solar panels or walkable skylights. It is not possible for the firefighters to be sure of what is walkable, what is safe, what has been compromised by the heat of a fire. So they do not walk on these for the safety of themselves and for the expedience and efficiency of the operations. An injured firefighter slows down operations and risks lives in the building and loss of property. So as a rule, they will not walk on these, and therefore we do not consider them to be part of the clear path. Fences may cross the clear path. However, like with the access from the perimeter access to the clear path, you must provide a gate in them, 3 feet wide, inward swinging, can be secured with a lock, but has to be cuttable by a standard bolt cutter. And finally, rooftop energy storage systems shall be designed in accordance with FC 608, and deflagration zones and exhaust may not enter the designated clear path on the plans or other clearance areas. Next slide, please. So when you have multiple, as many buildings in New York do, multiple roof levels, you may be required to provide a clear path between those roof levels to give firefighters access. When is that required? When the elevation difference is for the ladder would be, or other means, would be less than 16 feet or less. And the exception is if the elevated roof is less than 6 feet in any dimension, we will not require access to it because it's not really large enough for the required clearances on it. Basically, the issue becomes is anything greater than 16 feet requires a cage, and cage ladders with all the equipment the firefighters carry on their back when they go onto the rooftop, the saw, the hooks, the oxygen tanks, all his other equipment, it could get snagged up in a cage, and that would be very dangerous for him, slow down the operations, and again, risk life and property in the building that has a fire emergency. Next slide, please. Irregular shaped buildings, such as H-types, will require additional clear paths. So say for this H-type, you'll need a front to rear in each wing of the building, including a front to rear across the throat and front to rear side to side across the throat of the building. As I said before in the beginning of this, being able to have a clearance across the throat of the building is critical because in the event of emergency, if fire spreading it's very difficult for them to contain for whatever reason. It is critical that they be able to try and cut that off via cutting the throat of the building and not letting the fire to spread to the other wing. This would allow them to concentrate their efforts into one wing of the building as opposed to having to spread it throughout the whole entire building and make it far more difficult for them to perform their duties. Next slide, please. Rooftop clear path protection. As I said before, there can be shafts, open drops. And in this case, when the clear path would run adjacent to this, we would require a 42-inch high barrier. And it would require basically along any shafts or elevation differences greater than 6 feet along the clear path. Next slide, please. So you've got your clear path, you've gone to your rooftop, you got your clear path, great. Now you get to these critical areas. What are these critical areas and what are the clearances required around them? So for fire escapes, and rooftop ladders, you require a 3-foot radius on each side of the ladder. So essentially from each side of the ladder rung, as you can see in the top left corner, 3 feet from the ladder rung, making this shape, that's your clearances required around it. For rooftop doors, from the hinge of the door in the bottom left corner diagram, from the hinge of the door and the swing, it's a 6-foot radius around it. And for fire escapes, for scuttle hatches and skylights, it's 3 feet on 3 sides. We would say though that for the hatches, make sure that one of those 3 feet is the side that the ladder for the hatch comes out, because it doesn't really do us much good if you climb out and there's no way to actually step onto the rooftop from the ladder. Next slide. So we understand that many buildings constructed prior to 2017 had skylights, hatches next to each other, close proximity, and wouldn't be able to comply with the requirements found for the clearances around these areas. And in many cases, it did not drastically affect the fire operations. As long as there was access still able to be granted to these areas, firefighters were still able to do their duty, do their operations for the most part. So we have created an allowance for these situations. And it's very particular for any buildings constructed before December 31st, 2017, skylights and scuttle hatches that do not have 3 feet of clearance to 3 sides will be considered in compliance when the clearance is only limited by a parapet wall or other qualifying encroachments. This includes permanent installations or other building features such as attic ventilators, chimneys, plumbing, ventilation pipes, freestanding HVAC condensers that with a capacity over 5 tons, basically they can't be moved without extreme cost. Bulkhead, hatch, scuttle, skylight. We don't want to punish you for some existing building feature that isn't going to drastically affect the firing operations. So this is why this allowance was created. Note that just because these areas are in compliance does not mean the entire rooftop is in compliance. You must carefully do your surveys and ensure that the whole rooftop is in compliance before moving forward with your construction. Next slide. This is just the full language for your reading. I know CUNY graciously posts these slides, so this will be available to you so you can read the full thing just by when you're reading through the presentations. Next slide, please. So on a lot of these rooftops, you have solar, you have telecommunications, you're going to have conduits and piping. All conduits and pipes must be properly labeled. Conduits and piping are considered obstruction if to all the required clearances if they are greater than 12 inches in height or 24 inches width. That doesn't just mean one conduit is this, it's if all of them together combined in close proximity create that. So in the picture you can see, while there are 3 cable trays and those 3 cable trays individually may be smaller than a foot in height and 24 inches in width, combined, there's no way to step in between them. And they create one singular obstruction that is greater than 24 inches in width. So then that would be considered to be an obstruction to the clear paths. When you have such a scenario, non-combustible crossovers will be required so that a firefighter can get over that and onto the clear path from one portion of the clearance or clear path to another portion of the clearance or clear path. Next slide, please. This doesn't really greatly affect you guys. I know the solar industry isn't installing antennas like this, but just as a general note that any antennas transmitting on the rooftop must be properly labeled. If they're concealed, they must be properly labeled on the concealment so that anyone operating, not only the firefighters, is aware of their location and that they're there. Next slide, please. Again, this is just about the FCC guidelines, not super relevant to the solar industry, but just that we understand that these can cause a hazard to operations on the rooftop, and we have requirements for how they must design them to allow for proper access and clearance on the rooftop. Next slide, please. Something that you may deal with is cantilevered buildings, or C. This is just as prices is a premium, people are beginning to sell air rights above buildings so that cantilevered buildings can be built. We have certain requirements for the clearances above the cantilevered buildings. Basically 9 feet above any structure on the lower building and 25 feet from the closest face of the cantilevered building. That whole area in red must be kept clear of any building features from either building. Next slide, please. And we do allow for some screen walls to basically try and keep the skyline looking a certain way, and they have specific requirements listed here. Next slide. Rooftop gardens and green roofs are going to go hand in hand with a lot of these initiatives. And while it's great to have a rooftop garden and a green roof, it can pose a hazard to those on the rooftop and those operating on the rooftop. So we require that the plants be planted in such a way or maintained in such a way that they do not cause obstruction to required rooftop clearances and access. So any vegetation similar to the conduits and pipes that exceeds 12 inches in height is considered to cause an obstruction to the clearances. We also don't want to see dead and dried out vegetation all over the rooftop. So we do require that once a plant area or garden reaches over 250 square feet, that you provide adequate water supply in accordance with FC 318. Now, this isn't to fight the fire. This is just to ensure proper maintenance of the plants and foliage on the rooftop, because we do not want dried out dead plants on a rooftop, especially a combustible building, which would become a giant tinderbox and make fighting the fire exponentially harder. Next slide. We also want to ensure that everyone properly maintains the functionality of the rooftop. So I know ballast mounts are necessary in some rooftops, but they have to be installed in such a way that they're not going to block the drainage on the rooftop. You know, these installations do add weight to the rooftop, and we do not want heavy rains, snow loads that don't properly drain out to cause even more load on these. And then there's a fire emergency, weakening the structure, and then we have a collapse. So it's important that any installations are properly done so that the functionality of the rooftop, such as the drainage, are not affected. Next slide, please. Now, that's the basic overview. FC 504.4 goes through a lot of the requirements, but FC 512, which is the next section we'll be going into, focuses in heavily on solar. Next slide, please. But before we do that, there is relatively new to the 2022 code. Next slide, please. A requirement for buildings over 100 feet, which is fairly new. It does not require permit access landing areas. However, it does require that clear paths be provided, and that the clear paths also must connect to all required clearance areas for doors, scuttles, hatches, skylights on these rooftops. And this is just to allow for any operations on these rooftops to be done. If anyone took shelter on the rooftop, the firefighters can get to them. If there are energy storage systems on there, firefighters can reach those energy storage systems to deal with the fires at them. It's basically so that any building over 100 feet, newly constructed, meets these requirements and allows operations to be performed on these rooftops. Next slide, please. So section 512, the one that really deals with the solar industry and what they're trying, what you guys are going to be concerned with. Next slide. So solar panels on flat roofs must comply with all the requirements found in FC 504.4 that we've listed already. There are some exceptions to the clear path requirement. Though this is yet to be used, we do allow for a hinge mechanism or some other mechanism that would create a clear path on the rooftop. So you can say have a ton of panels covering your clear path, but when the firefighter landed, a special mechanism could be pulled right away. It would completely clear the path. But to date, we've not received any applications for this sort of mechanism, and there's been no approvals for this type of mechanism. It is an option if anyone wants to explore it, but to date, since it's been in the code, I think since 2014, no one's really tackled that. We also have some acceptable encroachments on the clear path for narrow buildings that are 25 feet or less in width. Next slide, please. And that's been added to the code. It was previously a allowance, but we've since brought it into the code itself. So FC 512.22 allows for the encroachments, qualifying encroachments to encroach upon the clear path and to a limited extent. Under the following circumstances, building must be 25 feet or less in width and or depth. Design of solar panel installation must necessitate the substantial coverage of the building. Encroachment does not reduce the clear path width beyond the amount approved by the fire department, and that would be 4 feet in width, so the path may not be reduced to less than 4 feet. Qualifying encroachments may not limit the permanent access landing areas or any other required rooftop clearance areas, so not the clearance areas around your landing area, not the clearance areas around your doors, not the clearance areas around the fire escapes, only for the clear path in the sections where there's qualifying encroachments. And the proposed installations must be any proposed installations that will you be utilizing this allowance, this section of code must be filed with DOB for full review or FDNY for full review. No professional certification may be used for this. And the installation must still comply with all the requirements of fire code, including all those found in FC 504.4. Next slide. So what are the qualifying encroachments? There are attic ventilators, chimneys, plumbing, ventilation, hatch, scuttle, skylights, HVAC that's over 5 tons. Basically anything that exists on the building that can't be moved without extreme difficulty or unacceptable cost. Basically, you'd have to tear up the entire rooftop to get this done. We're not, again, trying to punish anyone. We're trying to make this work. We understand that these sort of things can't be easily moved. And since it'll be a reduction in a slight reduction and the 5 only for a portion of the actual path, it won't affect operations too greatly that we can't accept that reduction for these qualifying existing encroachments. Solar panels themselves are not considered to be a qualifying encroachment and may not limit the clear path. However, solar panels in conjunction with a qualifying encroachment listed above may reduce the clear path to 4 feet. Next slide. And this is just a quick set of examples to give you guys an idea of when it would qualify for this reduction and when it would not. So as you can see in the far left, you have 2 skylights. Those are both qualifying encroachments. Together, they can limit the clear path to 4 feet. The one next to it shows a qualifying encroachment, which is a skylight, and the solar panel installation next to it. Since it's a solar panel and a qualifying encroachment in conjunction with each other, that can also limit the clear path to 4 feet in that area. Solar panels themselves and a parapet wall are not considered to be a solar panel in conjunction with the qualifying encroachment, and therefore that one in the middle right is not considered to be compliant and would not be allowed, would either have to come in for a variance or you would have to widen that clear path. And finally, the one furthest to the right is 2 sets of solar panels together. While this isn't a common thing we see, it could be possible. That also cannot limit the clear path to 4 feet that way. You either have to come in for a variance or you'd have to widen the path to 6 feet. Next slide. So that's flat roofs, which is what the main crux of 504.4 is. But there's obviously a lot of residential buildings in New York that you are attempting, to solarize, put solar on them. So for pitched roofs, we still do need to do some operations on them. So these are rooftops with a pitch greater than 20 degrees. And we need 3 feet of clearance along both sides of the ridge line, which is the red section marked on this diagram. And that's mainly so that the firefighters can get on a bucket up there, cut the roof and vent. Again, venting hot gases and smoke is critical to firefighting operations. Next slide, please. When installing all these rooftops, it's important that you properly locate the conduits, wiring systems, and raceways along the dips and valleys of the ridgeline. This is just to keep it out of the way. So when we're operating, they're not in the way of our operations. And all panel equipment should be properly labeled so that firefighters, when they're at, excuse me. So when firefighters are operating, they know what they're dealing with. Next slide. We have added one of the other allowances than previously we had into the code this year for 2022. And that's that we also understand that there are some group 3 residential occupancies that have sloped roofs that are not 20 degrees, but are slightly sloped, but operationally for us, they were basically similar to the 20 degree sloped residentials. And because the operations would be similar on these rooftops, we have allowed that any group R3 occupancy whose slope has a 9.4 degree or greater does not have to comply with the flat roof requirement. Instead, they have to comply with the requirement found in FC 512.3, which is for the sloped roofs. And they would, again, just have to give 3 feet of clearance along both sides of the ridgeline on that sloped section. Next slide, please. That's a basic overview of the code. We usually just like to show you guys some examples of non-compliant installations, and then we'll go into how to file. Next slide. So what requires an application? non-compliance on existing rooftop, whether it's existing or proposed, and any of the following. So if your proposal will make the rooftop non-compliant, or there exists a non-compliance on the rooftop, and you're going to be doing work, any of the following work, it will trigger the requirement to file with the FDNY or bring the rooftop into full compliance with the current code, fire code. So that would be any existing or proposed non-compliance and new equipment on the rooftop, including cell sites, solar arrays, HVAC fencing, vertical enlargements such as penthouse bulkheads, new floors, rooftop decks, gardens, bars, green roofs, blue roofs, new building construction, or cantilevered buildings over that existing rooftop. Next slide. And these are just some examples we've seen in the field. I'm sure many of you have seen these before, of basically sites that have either no access or very poor access or are basically in violation of some section of the code. The first one to the left, there's no real perimeter access, there's no real clear paths, it's not a good site, and that's on a combustible building, and that's a problem because if they need to cut an event, they can't do their operations. We also do not want people, and you can see in the top right hand corner, we don't want people installing things right up against the fire escapes, cutting or welding the fire escapes, or putting chains across them. Those fire escapes are used for emergency. Residents may be attempting to climb onto the rooftop if they cannot go down. We do not want them fiddling around with chains or having a compromised fire escape because it was cut and welded and it breaking while they're attempting to climb and falling and being injured. This goes back, the bottom two pictures to the left are examples of flush mounted or very low mounted solar panels, and while they look great and it looks like you get past them, again, firefighters will not walk on these. We do not know if they're properly rated, and they do not have the time to go. Fires require really quick action. They don't have the time to quickly check all the documentation on this while fighting that fire and be sure that that fire isn't damaged it. They have work to do, really quick work to do. They can't waste time. So these flush mounted panels or low mounted panels are not considered part of the clear path, and they would cause an obstruction. It's also important not to fill the roof with rubbish. I mean, the bottom right, this was a location where they were doing recycling, which is great, but they were using their rooftop to store all their recycled bottles. And that's a problem because that, if it's not obvious to anyone, that wall to the left is about 10 or so feet tall. And that means these things were piled about 9 to 10 feet tall and about 7 or 8 feet deep. And there was no access onto this rooftop, no way to maneuver around it. And it's a fire hazard. Next slide, please. It's also important, and why we do our job and why we do go out and do inspections on these rooftops is because sometimes people install things that are a little bit strange. This is one example of an installer who, I guess that at some point in the design had shifted the location of their equipment platform. Originally it called for a pathway over this. I guess they didn't change that, and since they relocated the location, you ended up with a stairway that actually terminated at the edge of the roof. And the only way stopping you from going this was a very thin chain. So this was a very dangerous situation that we had to have rectified. Next slide, please. When are you not required to file? Fully code compliant rooftops are not required to file with the FDNY. And even if your rooftop is in a non-compliant condition or has some new non-compliance existed in under a prior code in compliance, and the new codes would make it technically non-compliant, it will not be triggered by standard ordinary repair and maintenance, such as re-roofing, repair, pit repair, facade repair, and like-for-like replacement of equipment. So if you installed on a rooftop, say your panels, and you got the variance from the rooftop unit because it was a non-compliant rooftop and the conditions require that you file with us, and you end up getting the variance from us. One of the panels goes out or is damaged, and you go to replace it with an exact same model of panel. You're not required to come to us. It does not re-trigger the code and require you to file again. The design, everything on there was reviewed by the FDNY and approved. And since it's a like-for-like replacement, we will not require refiling. So if it's like-for-like replacement of equipment, it's fine. If you're upgrading though, however, new design, new equipment, new technology, that would trigger the code, and then you'd have to file at that point. Next slide, please. Yash went over this briefly. This is basically how you would file with us. You'd go to our website, our business portal. There are some helpful user guides on there on how, if you're new to filing, how to set up an account, how to file, what to file. You just got to create an account. If you already have an account, great, log in. And this has been a problem in the past. We want to make sure you file the correct application so the applications move along quickly. Otherwise, the application doesn't reach my unit, and then it slows down your project. And we don't want you guys losing time unnecessarily. So be sure when you file for a rooftop variance, you go design installation, then technology management application, and then make sure you select rooftop variance. Don't select any engineering, other type of variance. It's rooftop variance, and don't select fire code variances. We've gotten a few of those. They're two separate applications. I know it sounds similar, but it's two separate applications. Next slide, please. So when you file, what are you going to need to do? You're going to need to pay a $420 fee for filing fee. This is a variance process, so there may be some back and forth with us as we try and reach a design that both meets your needs as an installer and meets our needs for operations. Because there's a back and forth, and we understand that we do not want to penalize you for it, as long as you resubmit to us within 6 months of any letter of deficiency issue date, you're not required to pay an additional fee. When you file with us, you must include the TM5 application in PDF format, 11 by 17 plans with original signed seal signature from a PERA, a narrative explaining the scope of work and any existing or proposed non-compliances, photographs of the current conditions of the rooftops, and any and all other relevant documentations, such as determinations from other city agencies, FDNY summonses, etc. All docs submitted through the FDNY business portal to the rooftop unit must be in PDF format. Otherwise, there is a chance we may not be able to properly open them and read them, and that will lead to a deficiency being issued, and that will lead to a loss in time for you, as you will have to correct that error and resubmit, all because it was the wrong file type. Next slide, please. This is just a reminder what the TM5 application would look like. Next slide. This is a basic layout of what we would like to see in a plan. We want to see the entire rooftop, not only the area your proposed work is on, but the entire rooftop. Our reviews are based on the operations for that building, and therefore our determinations are based on how your installation will affect the operations for that entire rooftop building, the entire rooftop of that building. We want you to label all existing building features, especially the non-compliant ones. Label all proposed work as proposed. We want to know what you're installing and what's already there. Clearly label each accessible exposure with their street names, or if it's a parking lot, label as the parking lot. Show where you're going to have compliance, such as your clear paths, your clearance areas. Give us a legend clearly explaining what each marking means, or what each shading or hatch means. Clearly detail the areas of non-compliance. If it's a path reduction, if it's a pipe reducing the amount of clear path or amount of perimeter access, make sure you include dimensions. We need to understand fully what's being built on this rooftop, what the firefighter will have to work around, what they will have to squeeze past. If you fail to provide us the dimensions of those non-compliant areas or reductions, we are going to issue a deficiency asking for those, because that's critical to our review. And again, you want to minimize the amount of deficiencies you get, because you guys want to get your work done. And obviously, lack of information is something we have to kick back to you, and that'll slow down your process of getting an approval. All submitted plans must have an original signature and PERA stamp, and plans we are requesting, just so that when we go to stamp your plans, we don't stamp over information or other things. Please provide a 1.5 inch by 3.5 inch clear box for FDNY stamps. This just gives us a clear place to stamp it. And this way we won't be stamping over your legends or your actual design. Makes it easier for the next person who's reading the stamp plans to see what's on there. Next slide, please. These are just the additional resources. We are currently working to update the FDNY Technology Management Bulletin and the FDNY FAQs. Obviously, the best source of information is the code. Next slide, please. However, if you do have questions, you can always reach out to FDNY Business Support. They will generate a tracking number for any question you have. And this is not only goes for rooftop, but any fire FDNY related questions you may have on inquiries about statuses, summonses, how to file, anything of the sort that deals with the FDNY and what we do. You can submit through FDNY Business Support, or submit if you don't want to do it via email and you would like to submit it via phone. You can contact 301 and they will put you through to our business support team. Next slide. Thank you very much for your attention. And I believe we have time for Q&A.
Awesome. Thank you so much for both, John and Nash, for those informative presentations. It was really jam-packed with a lot of really great information. So yes, before lunch, we do have some time for some general questions. So I invite you both back to join me on video. And I'll start with some general questions that maybe both of you could answer. What would you like the installers to know about the process or applicable codes?
Yash, would you like to go first?
That question is just in general, or is for...
Yes, I think about in general about the entire permitting process.
I would just say when submitting the application, just make sure all the documentation is labeled correctly and use titles for the files that are kind of describe what the file is. It makes our review process a little easier and helps us organize the information in a more
Great.
concise way.
Yeah, and again, to that end, are there any common mistakes or issues that kind of turn up in these applications, besides what you just mentioned, and how they could best be avoided?
I can say for the rooftop units, sometimes, again, missing information on the plans. It's critical you label everything clearly for us, provide adequate pictures, and any adequate documentation, make sure it's clearly written and no ambiguity, because ambiguity means we're going to have to ask questions and have to kick it back to you, unfortunately. Also make sure that any documentation that requires signatures is properly signed and dated. It's unfortunate, but we had to kick a few applications back from time to time because they're just missing signatures, and that's not a real reason we want to have to kick back applications. So just before you submit, make sure all your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed. Make sure you got your signatures on all our applications.
Right. Yeah, that's super important and something so easy to forget. So that's great. So now I have a question geared toward Yash. Is it possible to install an optional standby energy storage system without the FDNY TM1 requirement?
I am not sure about that. I will have to email them back a response. I'm currently not aware of any kind of code that governs optional standby.
Okay, yeah. Again, all these questions are captured, and we'll send it to the presenters, and we'll get those details for all the attendees. John, I'll throw it over to you. Just a general question. Attendee says, I'm looking for guidance on how we know whether or not a fire truck can fit in a side street or an alley. Is there a minimum street width? For example, if an alley is only 10 feet wide, would that be usable for firefighting operations?
That's a good question. Rooftop unit is not, as of yet, given specific guidance on that. I believe there are some code sections that I can get back to you on that explain for truck access, for apparatus, the apparatus's access. I believe that's something I'll have to get back to you guys on. I know CUNY always provides us with the questions and allows us to send written answers so that you guys can review them at a later date. It's a good question, and I will definitely look for the answer and get back to CUNY so they can post it to everyone.
Great, awesome. Yash, throwing it back to you. Now, this question was partially answered by someone from the Con Ed team from their perspective. So maybe you could answer this from an FDNY perspective, but would you be able to provide any information and or code references that outline the requirements for a non-battery based energy storage system? So flywheel, air pressure, ice, etc.
As far as I'm aware, FC 608 governs energy storage systems, which is in general. It doesn't pertain to just batteries.
Okay. And John, throwing it back over to you. We have another question. We might need a little bit of clarification on this one. But for the new rule regarding buildings over 100 feet, do the clear paths have to connect to just one single side of the building with the warehouse, or do they have to connect to all sides of the windows? Oh, John, we can't really hear you.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry.
Okay.
It wouldn't have to be the entire length of it. It has to connect to all sides with windows. However, it doesn't have to be the entire length of that side. So you're not running a clear path along the entire width of that side. It just has to connect to that side so they can basically look over, see if the fire is coming out of any of the windows along that side that has windows, and possibly perform rooftop rope rescues. So not the entire length. If that's the question, I'm hoping I'm understanding right. It doesn't have to run the entire length. It just has to connect to each side that has windows.
Great. Again, throwing it over to you, Yash. So this might also be a building code requirement. Maybe Department of Buildings later on could maybe have a different answer, but will the city accept an energy storage system to provide 2 hours of energy storage in support of a fire pump?
That I don't know. I'll have to get back to them. I think that might fall under DOB's jurisdiction.
Right. Okay. And John, we have another question. Are platforms allowed to be installed without FDNY approval?
As of right now, it does state that they should be approved by the FDNY. It's also another good question. If there will be guidance in the future about that, we will certainly make everyone aware of it. We can look into that sort of question. I don't know if it's becoming that much of an issue though. High parapets are a little bit more rare, and generally there's ways to provide access without the necessity of these landing platforms, but we can definitely look into it and see if there's some guidance we can provide. And when it is ready, we will share with everyone, including CUNY, who can make sure you guys see it.
Great. And now this one is for both of you to possibly answer. Does the rooftop variance review include review for compliance with RCNY 608 requirements for rooftop battery energy storage installations?
The installations are done in conjunction, should be done in conjunction with each other. Obviously, they require two separate filings. One is for the review of obviously the system, and the other is review for the clearances. While they're interconnected, one is based in the operations for the firefighters on getting onto the rooftop and moving around the rooftop. The other is for the safety and hazards caused by the system. Yash, do you have anything else to add?
No.
Okay. And John, so this is attendee said, on a 2-family house, why is there a 3 feet access needed on both sides of the peak? And can panels be installed that hinge down from that peak?
Okay, so 3 feet on each side of the peak is to allow for the firefighters to be over the peak of the rooftop. And what they do is they will cut out a portion of the rooftop on both sides of that peak, essentially to create a hole in the roof to allow hot gases to vent. This is important, again, to rescue people, find people, and give people maybe trapped in a burning building more time as the firefighters search for them. Hinged down from them, I don't believe that section that was for the allowance of hinged mechanisms was meant for that peaked rooftop. It was really meant to create a clear path. The clearance around the peaked rooftops is not a clear path. It is basically a clearance area to allow for the cutting operations on the rooftop, not so much for the traversing of the rooftop by firefighters.
Great, thanks. We have another question here. I'm not sure who would be able to answer this, but can a battery storage system be mounted on the outside wall of a wood frame house clad in 1 1/8 inch Portland cement stucco? A little specific, but.
Yeah. For that, it would depend on what the 9548 testing results show. If it shows a drastic increase in temperature and heat release, then that kind of installation would not be allowed. But those the conditions of installation would be defined in the COA. So it will be kind of clear cut what kinds of backings to use and where to install them.
Okay, great. So we are going to break for lunch, but I do want to, turn your attention over to the Q&A box. We do have a survey just to kind of get your feedback on some of the barriers impacting the solar and storage industry, as well as some feedback on the resources that our ombudsman have developed. So I'm going to, in a moment, put that survey in the chat, but I want to thank you again, Yash and John and everyone from our morning session. We really, appreciate those really jam-packed, informative presentations. And as always, we will get those answers back to all the attendees, along with the slides and the recording of the presentation, and put it on our website as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. And again, we invite everybody to reconvene and join us at 1:15. Our afternoon session will include presentations from the New York City Housing Authority and Department of Buildings. And then we'll conclude with a panel discussion featuring representatives from NYC and New York Best. So thank you.
Well, it is now 1:15, and as the slide says, our workshop will resume promptly at 1:15, so we're just being true to our word. Welcome back, everybody. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch break. My guess is that more people spent their time responding to emails and voicemails than actually eating lunch, but whatever you did, we're certainly glad that you came back to rejoin us for the afternoon portion of the program. We have a great lineup of topics and speakers this afternoon. We'll start off in a few moments with Chris White of the New York City Housing Authority, discussing that agency's solar initiative and previewing an exciting announcement that NYCHA will be making next month that should be of interest to many of the installers in our audience. Chris will be followed by a 90-minute segment from the Department of Buildings. Yarnell Williams and Alan Price will provide updates to the department's permitting processes. After that, we'll hear from representatives of New York State's two primary clean energy industry membership organizations, Noah Ginsburg of NYCEA and Denise Sheehan of New York Best, who will offer their perspectives on the current state of the solar and storage industries and where we can expect to be going in the future. And then I'll be back at the end of the program to wrap things up. Well, right now, I'd like to turn our attention to the New York City Housing Authority. For at least the past 10 years, Sustainable CUNY has been providing technical assistance and other forms of support to NYCHA in developing and implementing a program to install solar on public housing developments throughout the 5 boroughs. Our support has ranged from estimating the solar potential of the more than 2,000 buildings in NYCHA's portfolio, after all, they are the largest landlord in North America, to assisting in the evaluation process for proposals. Personally, I've been privileged to work on the NYCHA program since I joined Sustainable CUNY at the end of 2016. In that time, I've seen the NYCHA program grow from a germ of an idea to one that has received national recognition as America's leading public housing solar initiative. This wouldn't have happened without the hard work and dedication of a number of NYCHA employees, one of whom is with us today to discuss the program. Christopher White works in the Sustainability Department of the Asset and Capital Management Division of NYCHA. He's responsible for managing the authority's commitment to host 30 megawatts of solar by 2026 as part of its sustainability agenda. And he also assists on other sustainability and energy projects, including micro-mobility and battery storage pilot programs. So without further ado, I'll turn things over to Chris.
Thanks so much, Ron. Next slide. All right, next slide. Thanks. Hi. So yeah, just we'll start off by sort of giving just a little bit of an introduction to the New York City Housing Authority and to our sustainability agenda and plans. As Ron said, we are the largest landlord in North America, not just the largest public housing authority. I think 1 in 14 New Yorkers either live in NYCHA housing or are assisted in housing through Section 8 vouchers. So as the largest landlord in North America, we have a responsibility to be a leader in the sustainability space. And this is just an overview of some of the things that we've done over time, from really pioneering compact Energy Star fridges in the 1990s to our groundbreaking 2016 sustainability agenda, where we first made our solar commitments, to the updated 2021 solar sustainability agenda, which we are currently implementing. So we can go ahead, next slide. And so this is an example of some of the commitments we've made in the 2021 sustainability agenda that we are committed to hitting by 2026. As you can see, we have a goal to hit 30 megawatts of solar on NYCHA property. We have other topics such as decarbonizing our buildings with window heat pumps, improving waste management and recycling, green infrastructure for stormwater management, electric vehicles, and also you'll note the Clean Energy Academy, where we are trying to really bring the benefits of the green economy to NYCHA residents and train them in these green jobs for the future, which is also relevant to our solar goals as well. Next slide, please. So just a little digging down a little bit more about our solar program. We initially made a 25 megawatt goal in commitment in 2016. It has since been expanded to 30 megawatts. The goal is to support the city and state goals, as well as the old HUD Renew 300 program. There are a number of things. We don't just want to host solar. It's obviously important to use our rooftops, which are a valuable resource to advance these sustainability goals, but we also have other goals that are important for the authority. We want this to be net positive financially. We have a lot of capital needs, and it's important to do this in a way that really is financially positive for us, because we do really have so many core needs to ensure that our residents are in safe, affordable, comfortable housing. We also want to reduce energy costs, especially for low and moderate income New Yorkers. This includes NYCHA residents who pay their own utility bills. Most NYCHA residents do not, but there are some who do. Section 8 voucher holders and other low and moderate income renters throughout the city. We have a strong commitment to provide green jobs and training for NYCHA residents. And we also want to sort of help build capacity for a growing solar industry, and really be a leader for installers and for community organizations that want to make a difference with these projects. So next slide, please. So all of NYCHA's projects so far, at least the projects that are on NYCHA operated developments, are community shared solar, community distributed generation. It's gone by a number of different names, but basically NYCHA serves as the host site, and we actually do not use the power ourselves, but we receive rent payments. The power is front of the meter; it goes to the grid, and then subscribers subscribe to this energy and get credits off their electric bill. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this with this setup, but yeah, so far our projects are generally community solar rather than directly owned or operated or PPAs for various reasons. And I'm going to get into that right now. Next slide, please. So yeah, we actually our history. We released our first community solar RFP in 2017. As Ron said, we really started the planning process in 2016. I joined NYCHA shortly after, and when we were doing this planning process, we realized that community solar was the way to really make this work financially and to scale up for various reasons. So we released our first RFP in 2017. Then we released the Access Solar solicitation in 2018, accelerating community empowered shared solar, where we really tried to focus on the community benefits such as hiring and bill discounts, and really tried to sort of streamline and open up the application process to make it a little easier for people who may not be super familiar with city contracting procedures. And since it's a roof lease for community solar, we were able to do that. So through these first two solicitations, we've gotten we have two leases that were signed a couple of years ago. They were constructed in 2020 and 2021. They are in operation. So 3 megawatts worth of solar built across 67 roofs in 5 developments: Queensbridge, North and South in Queens, Carver in Manhattan, Kingsborough and Glenwood in Brooklyn. And through these projects, 25 NYCHA residents were hired for the installations, and over 600 low and moderate income households in New York subscribed to save at least 10%, in many cases 20% off their electric bills. We've also assigned a couple additional solar leases from these Access Solar solicitations, and we are hoping to go into construction later this year. Some of the lessons learned from this project, we did originally have these 2 tracks, one that was more focused on larger roofs and lease revenue, one that was more focused on community benefits. We've sort of merged them. Going forward, our community solar projects are all going to be under the Access Solar banner. but they will still include requirements for lease revenue to the developments, because that's just, it's very important that that benefit, that the host development sees that benefit. And we're incorporating like all the programmatic goals and lessons learned from all of these projects so far. So next slide, please. So yeah, so far all of our projects on NYCHA operated developments are roof leases for community solar. The reason for this is we get our power from the New York Power Authority. For a long time, we were actually not allowed to subscribe, but also we get a very low electric rate. So PPAs don't really make financial sense for us. There have been some projects where where we've run the numbers a couple times, and it's better off, we're better off not doing it that way. So we're hosting community solar instead, and we're getting lease revenue. And since we have not been using the power on these projects so far, we do require that there be a set aside for verified LMI households. And this verification, we try we've worked with NYSERDA to make sure that it's not an invasive verification, but it can be verified by using proxies, such as, say, if someone is enrolled in LIHEAP or SNAP or something, they can provide that, and that's the verification. We don't want personal information. And it's also very important for us to build hiring and training requirements into the lease. Since this is a roof lease, this does not technically trigger some of the other requirements where there have to be NYCHA residents hired to do the work on direct capital projects, but is extremely programmatically important that we do this. And so we've built these requirements and even exceeded these requirements in the lease. Definitely, if we're building solar on our property, we want to make sure that our residents have a pathway into good green jobs building this solar. And one thing we're actually really excited about is we're starting to stand up the NYCHA Clean Energy Academy, which is going to really scale up training in primarily energy efficiency and solar work. So things like heat pump installations and solar installations. And so we're really hoping that will be a resource for future projects, having a ready and eager workforce of verified NYCHA residents who are prepared to execute these projects. Next slide. Thank you. So just looking ahead, we're going to continue to our primary way to scale up to hit 30 megawatts is going to continue to be through these access solar roof leases. We wanted to scale up, meet our renewable energy commitments while in a way that we know that can scale and doesn't divert other resources from our other important capital needs. In addition, we are advancing a number of supplementary and alternative models where appropriate. At our senior developments, we're looking towards solar plus storage for resilience purposes. So like solar plus storage for battery backup, hitting some sort of core needs, such as like making sure the elevators run even if there's a blackout, stuff like that. And also, as some of you may know, we do have this program called PACT, Permanent Affordability Commitment Together, where a number of our developments transition to like a new operational and ownership model, basically move from Section 9 to Section 8. Basically, the detail is like, but someone else comes in and operates it for NYCHA. NYCHA still owns the land, but we also build solar requirements into those projects as well. And there have been over 3 megawatts of solar installed on those projects in the past few years, and we are going to continue to work to maximize that number as well. And those projects they have various models. Many of them are community solar, some of them are other models as well. We definitely want to make sure that partnership is key. These projects require the installer community. They also require developers, subscriber and community outreach, workforce development, financing, and long-term ownership. There's a role for a lot of different team members, and projects that are going to work with NYCHA really need to have all those places in play. And then I just wanted to also say that as Ron alluded to, we are hard at work trying to putting the finishing touches on our next round of solicitations, and I can't give too many details just yet, but you should be on the lookout for it soon. It will be on. We'll have it on NYCHA. CUNY will be also assisting with outreach on that. So just keep your eyes peeled. And next slide. So yeah, just again, thanks to Ron and the team Sustainable CUNY for supporting our efforts throughout this process as we've been scaling up. If you have any questions for CUNY, that's the NY Solar CUNY address. We also have an access solar at nycha.nyc.gov address that we've set up for any questions that you have that can be directed towards NYCHA, and also providing the link to our sustainability agenda online. Next slide. I think that's it. Not sure if we have time for any questions. If there are any, I can always go back and follow up afterwards. I know CUNY is collecting them all.
Yes, CUNY is collecting all questions. So if you have any questions, you can put it in the Q&A. But for right now, we're going to move right along to the DOB session of our agenda, and I'll hand it off to Emily.
Great. Thanks so much. And thanks, Chris. I'm really excited about the work you're doing at NYCHA, and I'm really glad our team's been able to help support that program since day one. You guys are doing a lot of exciting stuff over there. So with that, I'm pleased to welcome our colleagues at DOB joining us again this year. We know it takes a lot of time and effort to prepare for events like this. We want to thank you again for taking the time to engage directly with the solar and storage communities, both during this event and every day, right? We're working together quite regularly, right, to ensure that that any little bumps that might come up in the road, right, that we're able to work through them and just ensure that the process is as smooth as possible. So our ombudsman team has been collaborating with the Department of Buildings since the very beginning to navigate the permitting processes and procedures for initially solar and now energy storage installations. We appreciate DOB's ongoing engagement to ensure filing procedures and requirements are clearly understood by all stakeholders and those entering the market as well. And those of us that have been in the New York City market long enough will recall a number of changes over the years, right? From establishing the pro-cert process for solar installations to ensuring proper filing procedures for the property tax abatement projects. Our teams have worked closely together over the years to make sure these processes are developed with industry feedback and clearly communicated to all stakeholders. So our work together continues. We're meeting weekly with ongoing efforts to standardize plan review of energy storage system applications. We anticipate additional guidance will be forthcoming on that, but we wanted to go ahead and give you guys a preview of some of the ongoing efforts we're working on. And additionally, our ombudsmen are actively engaged in interagency working groups to ensure clear and consistent guidelines and code requirements to facilitate review and approval of energy storage installations. We all need to work together in order to help the city and state meet the solar and storage goals. And we appreciate our trusted partners at Department of Buildings who are actively working to make these processes smoother and more transparent. So with that, I'll introduce Yarnell Williams, who will kick off the solar presentation. Yarnell is the Assistant Chief Plan Examiner at Department of Buildings New York City Hub Full Service. Yarnell, thank you very much for joining us today.
Sorry, I was muted. Hi, thank you, Emily, and thank you for welcoming me. I would like to thank you guys for the opportunity to present at this workshop, along with our fellow colleagues, Diana Lavapool, Abdurrahim Changwini, and Alan Price. So our former chief, Barry Stein, has worked tirelessly along with other colleagues in previous years to present at this workshop. So today we will give you the presentation with a few updates. Next slide. So first we'll give you an overview, a summary of the filing forms, drawings that you need for approval, permit, and sign off, We'll go over some zoning information and some specialized applications, and then we'll touch a bit on guardrails. Next slide, please. Right, so as you can see from the onset of the solar review process since 2011, the solar applications that we initially took in was 155. Today, as of 2022, we're upwards of 8,000 plus applications. And so all solar jobs, both PTA and non-PTA applications, are still being filed at the BIS application system through e-filing and reviewed by the Hub full service or the Hub self-service. The DOB is actively working on rolling out solar and battery energy storage system application through the DOB now. So we actually hope to have finalization of that by the end of this year. My colleague Alan Price will elaborate more on the battery storage system. So PTA applications can be filed through the Hub self-service as professionally certified if they consist of 1 or 2 family residences. There are sloped roofs as per definition by the FDNY, and they do not exceed 10 kilowatts. These requirements do not apply to non-PTA applications. Next slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit about where we are. As you can see, well, the Senate bill 7508B that initiated a tax abatement system has been extended through 2024, and I have heard that this tax abatement extension is hopefully will be extended past 2024. So let's look forward to that. So for each year of compliance period, such tax abatements shall be the lesser of 5% of the eligible solar electric generating system expenditures, or the amount of taxes payable in such a tax year, or $62,500, which is the maximum abatement permitted. Local Law 92 and 94 of 2019 became effective November 15th of 2019, and these laws amended the 2014 and now the 2022 Administrative Code, along with Chapter 15 of the New York City Building Code. And of course, the requirement is that sustainable roof zones are provided on new buildings, on new roofs resulting from enlargement of existing buildings, and on existing buildings where the entire roof system is being replaced. So this sustainable roof zone, 100% of this zone shall be provided with either a solar generating system, a green roof, or a combination thereof. This is as per Buildings Bulletin number 10 of 2019. You could refer to that bulletin for additional specifications regarding these types of filings. The battery backup system tax abatement filing protocols are being established. And as I said before, Alan Price will elaborate on that for you. Next slide. Okay. Number 5. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about where we are going. So zoning resolution was revised to include additional locations where solar panels can be installed. For example, accessory power systems, including but not limited to generators, solar energy systems, fuel cells, batteries, and other energy storage systems are now being permitted in required yards. This was not the case in previous years. Okay, energy storage tax abatement will be written into the RCNY rule, and this is actually in process. In the very near future, solar and green roof applications will be filed through DOB now, as I pointed out later, so keep your eyes peeled for this. DOB is actively working with Sustainable CUNY to roll out the solar and green roof and ESS systems through the DOB Now system. So this presentation will change drastically by next year in terms of filing processes. Next slide, please. Okay, construction project requirement by the buildings department. So your construction permit and electrical permits are required before the beginning of the solar installations. Construction signed off and electrical sign off are required at completion of the installations and provided by the Department of Buildings. A Con Edison letter is also required following the completion of installations. However, please note that this letter will not be issued unless the electrical sign off is obtained. Additionally, OT0 approval is required for battery backup storage components. Conditional approval is required at the beginning of installation, prior to the beginning of installations, that is, and at final, a final approval letter is required following the completion of installations. Next slide. Next slide, please. Did we skip one? I'm sorry, can you go back? Sorry. Okay, filing requirement by the buildings department. So projects filing for property tax abatement must be e-filed through the Hub full service as professional certification of objections. This portal is still available. Or for 1-2 family homes, as we discussed earlier, that meets the criteria here for sloped roofs and that are less than or have the maximum of 10 kilowatts, they can be filed as professionally certified application through the Hub self-service. However, keep in mind that if you, never mind, property tax abatement shall applications must be filed as an OT solar tax work type. Applications filed as OT solar will not qualify for tax abatement. And keep in mind that the DOB cannot modify a work type once it is filed. When this system rolls out into DOB Now, this will also be true. The DOB Now system also cannot modify a work type or a project type, as it's called, once the application is filed. So be mindful of how your application is filed, whether you're filing for a tax abatement solar filing or a regular solar application. Projects not filing for property tax abatement are also filed through the e-filing at Hub self-service, full service or self-service. As previously stated, the borough office do not review solar filings. Building Bulletins 8 of 2018 requires a final inspection by the design professional of record for many alteration type 2 work types, including the solar tax applications. Additional construction and electrical inspection shall be provided by the department for PTA filings. Next slide. Okay, licensing agreement requirements. So the applicant of record shall be either a registered architect or a professional engineer. Anyone can prepare applications, but the registered design professional must stamp and seal your applications. New York City asbestos investigator. The DEP requires that a certified asbestos investigator verify whether there is asbestos containing material in the area where the work is taking place. This is an exception for buildings, of course, that are constructed after 1987. Registered special inspector or special inspection agency on your TR1 forms, your special inspections will be indicated and must be completed or signed by a registered special inspector or special inspection agency. The applicant of record, which is, as I mentioned earlier, either your PE or your registered architect, may also file for as a special inspection agency. Next slide, please. or electronically filing for minor alteration. This portion will be presented by Diana Liverpool. Diana?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Diana Liverpool. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Diana.
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. So this portion is just going through the formalities of filing your application online. First and foremost, to electronically file your O2, you must first file your application online. You have to fill out all forms online, upload all documents and drawings through e-filing. Step 2 would be to pay online through our express cashier. So when you pay online, they can pay through debit, credit, or e-checks are accepted online. Full payments at the time of filing will expedite the issue of a permit. If for any reason the job has not been paid in full, the permit cannot be issued. 3, to submit, as we said before, you can submit to Hub Full Service, submit job online for review as a professional certification of objections. No meetings are required. For Hub Self-Service, you will submit professionally certified jobs online for instant approval. These jobs are subject to random audit. Step 4 would be to obtain a construction permit. Electronically submitted PW2 forms and other documents through e-filing. All permits are downloadable offline. Next slide, please. Certain documents that will be needed is the EF1, which is the cover sheet and e-filing application. The PW1, the plan work application. The plan work applications covers project, site, building characteristics, and zoning information. Applicant and owner information. Another form that will be needed is the PW2. The work permit application can be submitted at the same time as the PW1 or after the plan is approved. Usually signed by the contractor, maybe signed by a PE or RA, processed after plan approval. In my line of work, I would always suggest that the PW2 be submitted after approval. It's the best time to submit the PW2 as it can sometimes be rejected beforehand. The PW3 is the cost estimate. Application fees are based on construction cost. PTA applications are limited only to work pertaining to the solar installation. The TR1, the technical report, statement of responsibility, will require special inspections such as structural stability, fire resistant penetration in joints. The progress inspections are energy code compliance inspections and the final. Other special / progressive inspections as applicable. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
You got it.
Okay. So moving right along, you also have your TR8, which is another technical report statement of responsibility, and the progressive inspection needed would be the air sealing and installation. The TPP, which is the tenant protection plan. If building is occupied during construction as of November 10th, 2020, see November 2020 service notice, the TPP is a required item submitted prior to permit and submitted through DOB now. Previously, it was an item required prior to approval and reviewed by a plan examiner. See the service notice for update requirements on who is permitted to file a TPP. In ACP 7, ACP 21, or ACP 5, an asbestos document submitted to DEP. The ACP 7 and the ACP 21, asbestos containing material, or ACP, are present where construction will occur, where the work will distribute 25 linear feet or 10 square feet of asbestos containing material. Asbestos must be properly abated prior to issuance of the construction permit. The ACP 5 is for minor projects where less than the above 25 linear feet or 10 square feet will occur. Submit prior to approval. The exception is buildings constructed per plans approved on or after April 1st of 1987. Next slide. Other required documents, like we went over before, will be the PW2, the work permit submitted through e-filing, the L2, if any L2 is required permit prior to permit, it should be submitted through DOB now. The L2 is for any open violations that may be on the property that need to be resolved before work can proceed. Item required for specific job types only, PTA4, your property tax abatement. For projects requesting PTA4, preliminary form at filing. You have your FD&Y letter of acceptance, required when variance to fire code requested and approved in the TM5. The POC1 is a professional and owner certification. It's an online form for professionally certified applications filed through Hub self-service. Next form. Other required forms is the AOS1, the applicant/owner signature. It's an online form for applicants filed at Hub full service, which authorizes applicants to file documents on the owner's behalf. The PW1B plumbing riser diagram or Schedule B plumbing requires a solar thermal application. You also have your landmark preservation for projects within a landmarks preservation district or for an individual landmark. You either need a certificate of no effect for existing buildings or a certificate of appropriateness for new buildings. You have your Public Design Commission approval for buildings that are on city-owned property, but this is excluding NYCHA, or the OTCR, approval for buildings that incorporate energy storage equipment into design. Next slide. Most of these documents will require signatures by the building owner, the New York State registered PERA, a general contractor, a certified asbestos investigator, and a notary. And with that, I will turn it back over to Yarnell, and she will continue on with the slides. Thank you.
Okay, so now the next two slides will cover items that are required on your architectural drawings. So your plot plan will have to show the location of the building on the site, and it will indicate the pertinent streets. If there are more than one streets involved, all streets involved should be shown on your plot plan. Any trees that will present permitted obstruction to your solar system should be shown on your plans. All structures, city services, utilities, site hazards, and adjacent buildings should be all shown on your plot plan. A site plan, roof plans, elevations are all required, and these should show solar modules in place, other equipment and structures pertinent to or having an impact on code compliance of the system. Fire code compliance, of course, is always required to be shown on your plans. System components is required to be shown on your plans, location of the main meter, AC disconnect switch, and inverters. Zoning compliance, of course, is required, including the height and setback requirements for each specific zoning district. Flood hazard compliance, if your building is in a flood zone, you will need to indicate that on plans and provide your firm or P-firm maps. Substantial improvement calculation may be required. You will need to show the BFE and the DFE and other flood lines on your elevations. Next slide. Okay, additionally, energy analysis is required and special inspection matrix. Anchorage and racking systems, structural and wind analysis or statements should be shown on your plans. The fire department access for firefighting and maintenance as per the fire code of section 512. This section has not changed with the new codes. You need to provide access landings, fire access paths, and railings as required. Please note that no electrical drawings are required for architecture plans approval. However, a separate electrical review is required for solar systems connected to first and second level OCPD for an existing 1000 kVA system. And additionally, a CCD1 is required for solar equipment above 600 volts. Next slide. All right, so required items for electrical permit / sign off. So 8016A is filed electronically through the DOB now. Whenever you need an additional electrical review, and this must be filed by the master electrician. Work permit issued, no plan review is required. However, systems above 600 volts or 1000 kVA and above require a CCD1, as I mentioned earlier, and we'll elaborate on this on the next slide. Electrical inspection is required, arranged by the DOB electrical inspection for sign-off. A 3-line diagram is required at the time of sign-off inspections. Please note that these items are pursued independently of your construction document approval. Next slide. So there are times when a predetermination is required for approval of the solar application. And currently the New York City adopts the 2008 NEC, which is equivalent to the 2011 NYCEC. So a practical difficulty of complying with Article 690 of the 2011 NYCEC for solar systems over 600 volts requires applicants to file a predetermination, or a CCD1 as it's called, in order to use the 2014 NEC for solar installations and inspections. I understand that the 2020 NEC is currently being reviewed for adoption by the New York City. I believe that they're projecting that within the next year, this should be adopted. Okay, for applications that are for proposals of 1000 kV or above, or for systems connected to a first and second level of an existing 1000 kVA service, an electrical plan exam is required. Your CCD1, if you need to file one, will be filed through the hub full service at the email, at this email address, and will be forwarded to the appropriate technical review board. Requests will be logged in and forwarded to the technical affairs to continue review. After review, the technical affairs refer response to the hub full service. Hub Borough Commissioner reviews and signs CCD1. The CCD1 then is forwarded back to technical affairs and the applicant of record. Technical affairs works with the hub full service to expedite applications based on the volume of work. Next slide. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about obtaining your property tax abatement. The sign-off application must be submitted to the DOB by March 15th in order to commence your tax abatement for July of that year. This includes filing some items through eSubmit and some items through the DOB Now. Items that are required after permit or construction are as follows. So you will submit any PAAs for as-built, etc., through the e-filing and notify the hub full service project advocate email once your documents are uploaded. After your work is completed, you'll request an inspection through the DOB Now. Request electrical inspection through the DOB Now, obtain a Con Edison utility letter, and upload these following forms: the PW7, final PTA4, PW3, your EN2, TR1, and TR7, and all other required sign-off documents, including construction and electrical inspection approvals through eSubmit. These documents are all to be uploaded at the same time. Next slide. Okay, so you will then email Green Roof and Solar at buildings.nyc.gov to request a sign-off. Please ensure that all required documents and inspections have been satisfactorily completed. The DOB reviews documents, signs off the job, created a letter of completion or an LOC. Then the DOB submits to the Department of Finance. After the DOB sign off is completed, the DOB sends a list of applications to the Department of Finance for processing. The DOF then sends a letter to the owner outlining eligibility, expenditures, percentage of property tax deduction, start and end dates of the tax abatement. Next slide. Okay, updates RCNY. So the DOB is proposing to amend the rules RCN 105 to add requirements for approval of the property tax abatement application for installation of electrical energy storage system. This I mentioned earlier. And there was a hearing held on March 28th of 2022. If you need further information regarding this, there's a website here where you can log in to get further updates regarding this. Next slide. Okay, so now we talk a little bit about zoning. So zoning allows solar panels as permitted obstructions 18 inches above the maximum permitted height of a building on an existing sloped roof. So on sloped roofs greater than 20 degrees, your solar panel height shall be limited to 18 inches, measured perpendicular to the roof surface beyond the permitted zoning envelopes. This is also true for buildings that are existing non-compliant, because a lot of these buildings that we encounter were built prior to the zoning text. So even though they're overbuilt, the zoning still permits solar panels to be installed on sloped roof above 20 degrees on non-compliant building. Next slide. Permitted obstruction allowance for solar energy system on a roof. Okay, so in the lower density zoning district, which that is mainly R1 through R5 zoning district, solar installations are allowed on flat roofs without square footage limitation up to a height of 4 feet, measured from the maximum permitted building height or the existing height of the building, whichever is greater. Installations above 4 feet height are dependent on the specific zoning districts. So in districts where the zoning envelope is determined by a sloping plane, the 4-foot height is measured vertically instead of perpendicularly to the zoning envelope. This is as measured from the maximum permitted perimeter wall height. We will refer to the following slides to show you how this height is measured. Next slide, please. Okay, so the Department of Buildings has worked along with the City Planning Commissioner to develop protocols for permitted obstructions on flat roof buildings in lower density zoning districts. That is, as I mentioned earlier, districts 1 through R5. And in these districts where the zoning envelope is determined by a sloping plane above a maximum street wall height of 35 feet. So as previously stated, the zoning permits solar installations as a permitted obstruction 4 feet above the building height. Now, how do we measure this for a building that is a flat roof building that is built in a zoning district where the zoning envelope is determined by a sloping plane? So this is what you would do is imagine this triangle, which is the darker triangle on the inside. This is what this roof would have been in this lower density district. Now, and you would lift that triangle up 4 feet, and this forms another triangle at the top above the 4 feet that was, this 4 feet above what would have been permitted. Now, within that new triangle, you could place a solar canopy. The CPC has allowed such installation. Just keep in mind that beneath this canopy, you need to provide 9 feet for the fire department access. Next slide. All right, so if you need to go beyond that 4 feet height that's permitted, then you're allowed an additional 2 feet. Just keep in mind that any such heights as above the 4 feet will be set back 6 feet from the street wall and will have a maximum coverage of 25% of the roof. Next slide. All right, so installations are higher than 4 feet in residential districts. So the next few slides will discuss if you want to install your solar panels above 4 feet in residential, commercial, and manufacturing district, we will discuss that here. So for solar installations may be installed higher than 4 feet in residential buildings as per zoning district 1 through 5 to a height of 6 feet, and in residential district 6 through 10 to a height of 15 feet, keeping in mind that any such height above 4 feet is set back again from the street wall, minimum 6 feet, and the coverage is limited to 25% of the roof area on which the panels are installed. Next slide. So this is also similar for commercial districts. The solar panels to be installed higher than 4 feet, mapped within R1 through R5 districts, and in C1 through C4 districts, you're permitted a maximum 6 feet. In all other commercial districts and in commercial districts mapped within R6 through R10 districts, you're allowed to go up to a height of 15 feet. On bulkheads, you're allowed a height of 6 feet. Keep in mind also that all such additional heights above 4 feet must be set back again a minimum 6 feet from the front of the building and has a maximum coverage of 25% off the roof level on which it's installed, not the entire roof of the building, but only on the roof level, as we can see from this image. Next slide. All right, so in manufacturing district, they're a little more stringent and they allow, similarly to the other district, you're allowed to go up to a maximum height of 6 feet. And on bulkheads, you're allowed a height of 6 feet. Next slide, please. All right, so there's something called incidental alterations that's defined in the zoning definitions, and the CPC has agreed that solar panels and canopies are considered incidental alterations, and so they're allowed to be placed on non-conforming buildings. So what is a non-conforming building? So a non-conforming building is a building in which the use is not in conformance with the zoning district in which it is built. So for instance, a residential building in a manufacturing district will be considered a building that is non-conforming in use. And in previous years, the zoning did not permit much alterations to such buildings. But as an incidental alteration, you are permitted to have solar panels as well as canopies on the roof of such buildings. But keep in mind that the maximum height will be measured from the existing height of the building, not from the height that is permitted in the applicable zoning district. Next slide. All right, so solar applications that are filed pursuant to Local Law 92 and 95 that I mentioned earlier, and you may be familiar with the Buildings Bulletin number 10 of 2019 by now. And as we mentioned earlier, these the local law 92 and 94 amended the administrative code as well as section 15 of the building code to allow a sustainable roof zone on all new buildings, on buildings that are on roofs of new roofs that are a result of enlargements, or on existing buildings where they're replacing the entire roof assembly or roof deck. So to obtain a solar tax abatement for such installations, you will have to file a separate application for these types of installations. And okay, and just keep in mind that the zoning resolution also is applicable, as well as fire code is also applicable to these types of filings. Next slide. Okay, flood zone. We talk a little bit about requirements for applications filed in the flood zone. So you will be required to provide a firm, a PFIRM, and a PFIRM maps, and the most stringent will be the one that we will have to comply with. You may be required to provide substantial improvement calculations, and you also need to indicate the base flood elevation and design flood elevations on your elevations. We're going to need a survey to verify this. You also need a TR1 form on which you indicate your zoning compliance per BC 1704.29 and Building Code Appendix G of 105. This may be required. Site survey is also required. Now we know that projects that are of low budget may have a difficulty providing a site survey. So we have some options for the provisions of site survey. Option 1 will be for you will provide a regular site survey or an elevation certificate stamped by a New York State licensed surveyor within a year of filing of your project. And this is this is the general requirement for all projects filed with the DoD. Option 2, site survey. You provide a site survey or elevation certificate older than 1 year. And this requires a professional statement and sealed by the applicant of record on an AI1 form noting that the site survey is consistent with the current site conditions. Option 3, I like this option, where all the equipment other than the AC disconnect switch is located on the roof, the applicant shall include a utility certification on the plans stating that you're certified to the best of your knowledge that all the work is in compliance with, is installed above the DFE in accordance with Appendix G of the building codes. And that the AC disconnect switch and conduit connection, the AC disconnect switch and conduit connection to the AC disconnect. Next slide, please. Equipment location in the flood zone. So the Con Edison meter can be located anywhere that the utility company requests. This could be above or below the DFE. However, any new meter or solar from the solar company and any other new equipment must be located above the design flood elevation. Existing equipment may be in a current location. The AC disconnect switch may be located below the DFE and it must be readily accessible by per NEC Article 100. And keep in mind that the center line of the operating handle, when it is in the highest position, cannot be more than 6 feet 7 inches above the ground floor or a working platform. Next slide, please. So we're going to talk about some special projects. So sometimes we have projects where the applicant is choosing to do a ballasted system as opposed to anchoring the solar panels directly into the roof by mechanical means. So currently, as per the rules, RCNY, it is required for your tax abatement. Your ballasted systems are prohibited for installations above 100 feet above grade. For rooftop installations less than 100 feet above grade, and for grade level installations, ballast must be fully contained and must comply with the requirements for aggregate in Chapter 15 of the New York City Building Code. As we know that in the zone that we were in, the hurricane zone, you were not permitted to have loose material that could fly off the building, so your ballast must be contained. Next slide, please. So now we have carports. A lot of times applicants are proposing to install solar systems above carports, and this is permitted on existing as well as new carports. So for installation on the roof of an existing carport, only a solar application is required. However, if your carport is new, you will need to file two separate applications, one for structure and another one for foundation through the DOB Now system. And these applications will be reviewed by the borough for zoning compliance and building code compliance. And keep in mind that the cost of the structure cannot be included in your PTA application. File a separate PTA for solar panels as per previously instructed. The carport structures application to be approved prior to the solar applications. Next slide, please. So oftentimes we have projects where there is one very large tax lot and multiple buildings on such a lot. They're sometimes called garden apartments. So how do we file an application for such a project? So each building here will consist of a separate bin number. And per the DOF regulations, one PTA application is given per tax lots. For multiple buildings, the PTA can be shared among the different bins, as long as the maximum does not exceed the $62,500, which is the maximum tax abatement allotted per lot. Next slide. So this is called a cluster project, actually. So how do we file this? So projects that are cluster projects are projects that consist of one building structure with multiple bins on a single tax lot. Projects that consist of cluster of buildings or structures can each contain multiple bins. So per the DOF, as I stated earlier, only one PTA can be issued for any one tax lot. However, if there is more than one building on the tax lot, the PTA can be shared between the buildings / the bins. And the applicant should coordinate with Con Edison as to where the main meter and the building interconnection will be located. Next slide. So how do we file this? Applications must be filed under the building or the bin where the main meter is located. As per your coordination with Con Edison, that will be decided. So provide the following wording in section 11 of your PW1. So we know PW1, section 11 is where you would indicate your job description, but this is going to be a little different to all of the job description in that you need to indicate here that you should direct the plan examiner to section 24 for your full scope of addresses and the scope of the work covered. And in section 24, which is the next section below, you will indicate your full scope of work. You will indicate the job number, which is the main number under which the application is filed. And you'll also you'll indicate all the other bins that are related to this application, and you will also indicate that this building is in this project is owned by a single owner. Per the Department of Environmental Protection, one asbestos report is required under the main bin or the main building, which is the one under which the application is filed, and additional bins will be listed. Next slide, please. So here we have, it's kind of interesting project where we have 2 buildings and the filing is for 1 solar system. So we have 2 tax lots, 2 separate buildings, and only 1 building will receive the energy component and the tax abatement. So how do we file this? Next slide, please. All right, so projects that use adjacent buildings for solar installations. Where you have 2 buildings or 2 lots, solar panels are being installed on both buildings to create 1 solar system. However, only 1 building is going to receive the solar energy and the tax abatement. So for building A, which we saw on the previous slide, or on lot 1, there'll be solar panels constructed on its roof and it will feed into the building's main meter. Building A is going to receive a solar energy and a tax abatement. Building B, on the other hand, on lot 2, has solar panels constructed on its roof that are tied into the system feeding building A. But building B will not receive solar power generated by these panels, nor will building B receive a tax abatement. So only 1 building receives the energy generated by the system and the tax abatement. So let's look at a scenario on how to and discuss how to file this. Next slide. All right, so projects that use adjacent buildings for solar installations continues. So the applicant will file 2 separate applications as follows. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, we just had too much noise back here. So I'm sorry. So, okay, so building A of solar tax abatement application will be filed. And where the solar energy system is being tied into the building's main meter, and it's going to receive both the energy and the tax abatements as I previously stated. So applicant to follow all the requirements for the solar tax application as outlined in the beginning section of this presentation. Note that the PW3 and the PTA4 should include all costs for the entire system on both building A and building B. The second application, you will file a regular solar non-PTA application, as there is construction work being done on the building, but no tax abatement will be pursued for this building. Applicant to follow the requirements for a solar tax abatement application as outlined in the beginning section of the presentation. Installation of solar systems on roofs. This note shall be provided in section 11. Installation of solar system on roofs, no change in use, egress, or occupancy, and the work is being paid for under, and you will indicate the application number for building A. So on both applications, you will reference the application number for the other building. Next slide, please. Projects that, okay, so the PW3, sorry, for building B can be filed for just $1, because all the cost, of course, is being covered under your main building that's going to be receiving your PTA and your solar, the energy system. So if the buildings are owned by the same owner or separate owners, then you need to file either restrictive declaration or an easement agreement, depending on the ownership status. Per the FDNY regulation, each building, of course, must comply with the section FC 504.4 for fire department access and landings. Next slide, please. All right, so guardrails. This section has been a little bit confusing for applicants and plan examiners recently. So it has been presented a difficulty for owners and installers. So the building code requires that guardrails are provided per BC 1015.6 of 2022, formerly 1013.5 of 2014. So the code requires that mechanical equipment, system, and devices, guardrails shall be provided where these various components that require service are located within 10 feet of the roof, of the edge of the roof, or open side of a walking surface. And such edge or open side is located above 30 inches, at least 30 inches above the floor or the roof or the grade below. Railings required along the FDNY perimeter axis must be designed in accordance with the FDNY requirements. Just the requirements are a little different. So if your building faces two streets and where the FDNY has access, then the railings need to be designed by as per the FDNY requirements. Now, we know that this enforcement has been presenting difficulties for owners and installers. So it has been agreed that OSHA anchorages will be placed at key locations, and I will show you that in the next slide. Thank you. So OSHA anchorage, as you may see in this slide, can be placed at key locations, and the following verbiage is placed on the submitted plans to facilitate maintenance of solar panels. So the verbiage that's currently being used and agreed upon until the building department comes up with an official path to resolve this issue. Currently, plan examiners are accepting the current verbiage that reads, anchorage is being installed as indicated on the rooftop drawings for the purpose of fall protection, meeting OSHA requirements to facilitate solar panel maintenance in lieu of railings required by BC 1015.6. So please note that it will be necessary for the anchorage to be installed at the time of inspection so that the inspector can confirm that an equally safe alternative is present. So until the department puts out official word and on anything different, this is what we are accepting at the moment. Next slide, please. So we're at the end. Thank you very much for your time. And next slide. If you have any questions, you may email to greenroofandsolar@buildings.nyc.gov. Thank you. Alan Price, if you're here, you take the floor now. Great.
Yes, thank you, Yarnell. This is Alan Price, Director of the Office of Technical Certification and Research and Director of the newly formed Office of Alternative Energy. I'll introduce you to that office a little later in the presentation, but we have some exciting things relating to energy storage coming out of that office. I wanted to first thank CUNY for the invitation. Can you hear me now? I saw a message come up.
We can
Yes,
hear you. No, we just couldn't see you before.
Okay, great. Okay. So I wanted to, before I get into the presentation, just thank CUNY for the opportunity to share information that we have on energy storage systems. Of course, we are still putting in place regulations, requirements, provisions for installations for energy storage systems. And so this is certainly a dynamic field for the department. So again, thank you, CUNY, for the invitation. I also wanted to just kind of give you a preview of what we'll be spending the next few minutes on. I'd like to provide some filing requirements for energy storage systems. These are somewhat basic filing requirements, and I wanted to make sure that you guys understood what would be expected for a project where you are proposing installation of energy storage. I also wanted to just thank industry for their patience during this time that the Department of Buildings is establishing requirements for energy storage systems. It has been a slow go, but I wanted to make sure that we all understood that there are certainly hazards associated with energy storage, and we certainly want to make sure that we are moving in a safe manner when it comes to deploying these systems in buildings. I know recently there have been lots of fires with batteries, not necessarily stationary energy storage systems, but batteries, which are somewhat related to stationary energy storage systems. And we can all get a sense of what could happen if these systems are not deployed correctly and safely. And lastly, I said I would just give you just a little introduction to the Office of Alternative Energy. The Office of Alternative Energy is a newly formed office within the department. We will be looking at certainly different types of materials, technology, policy relating to alternative energy. We will be moving our energy storage review and all of the work that we're doing with energy storage under this new office. The advantage there will be that we will have a few more staff members that will be available to move these efforts forward. So I certainly am excited about what will be coming out of the Office of Alternative Energy. Okay, so let's get into the presentation now that all of the intros and thank yous are out of the way. We have a couple of processes that I wanted to make sure, if anything you walk away with today, that you really understand that there are two requirements that we have in place, two overall requirements that we have in place for energy storage. Of course, these systems must be permitted. So there is a requirement for an application for construction document approval, right, which leads to a permit. That is certainly in place. And I mention that because not everybody always gives consideration to this process. So for energy storage, please remember that these projects must be permitted. The other process I wanted to bring to your attention is that these systems are not covered in the code. Therefore, they are considered to be an alternative to the code. Therefore, as per our administrative code, all alternatives must be approved. We have an approval process that we have developed within OTCR and soon to be moved over to Office of Alternative Energy that captures the approval process. And so I wanted to spend a little time talking about these two processes. And I think if we talk about it in this light, I think you'll be prone to remember some of the requirements that we'll be discussing today. Regarding the construction document approval process, of course, this is a process that, as I mentioned before, requires permitting. It also requires sign-off. But there are some other things that happen in between, of course, installation and inspection. But I mentioned permitting and sign-off for a reason. And that is because at those two phases of a project, we do have some tie-ins to the alternative material application. For alternative materials, in order for a permit to be issued, we need a conditional approval process, a conditional approval letter, I apologize. And that will be issued by OTCR after an evaluation of all of the information that will be required to be submitted to OTCR. Once we issue a conditional approval, after installation, a certification is required. I'll get into that a little later. But that would ultimately end up in final approval. And that final approval is required for sign off of the application for construction document approval. So there are some tie-ins with these two processes. Just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that they go hand in hand. There's two separate requirements, but again, they go hand in hand. Next slide, please. Excellent. So there is applications that initiate both processes. Of course, with the application for construction document approval, there is a PW1. However, we are requiring at this time that all energy storage systems be filed in DOB now. Since the last time we presented last year at this meeting, I believe we were kind of in flux going back and forth between submitting and build and DOB now. Please note, again, all applications moving forward will be filed in DOB now. We are asking that you file as a GC work type. Unfortunately, at this time, we do not have a built out module for ESS. So again, it is filed as a GC work type. We are working on this build out in DOB now, and hopefully by the next time we meet, again, we will certainly have that process or that module built out. And I'll be able to give you a little more information there. However, the requirements under DOB now are very basic for this process. What we are instructing plan examiners and the boroughs to do is to make sure that the process does include requirements for the alternative material application. Once that is part of the DOB now GC work type process, things pretty much start to flow as they should. Regarding the alternative material application process, we initiate this process with the filing of an OTCR2 application. That is still an old-fashioned filing, meaning it is a paper document. You would print it out from our website, complete it, and send it in to my office. All of the instructions are on our webpage, but it is not incorporated into DOB now at this time. The build out will incorporate it, but at this time it is not. The process will require submittal documents, and most of this presentation, I'd like to cover some of the requirements for these submittal documents. We call them project requirements. Next slide. Okay, as you can see at the top of the slide, I have borrowed our graphic for alternative materials, and I want to focus on the first part here for this process, and that is the evaluation, the energy storage system evaluation. So we mentioned that there are requirements for submission. We are calling them project requirements. These project requirements really are designed to help manage the evaluation. So we have everything that is going to be required for an ESS submittal. It is part of these project requirements. Project requirements are provided to applicants when they apply for an ESS OTCR2 application. They are drafted, they are ready to go. All of the requirements are there. And so this document walks applicants through the entire process. It also highlights who submits what documents. So certain documents can be submitted by manufacturers, certain documents must be submitted by registered design professionals. So this document, again, provides quite detail on the submittal process. I will certainly give you a preview of the document shortly. Next slide. Before I give you the preview though, I just wanted to kind of give you a high-level summary of what you can find on this document. There are 9 sections for these project requirements. For those who have submitted before, these 9 sections will be very familiar. They come from what we used to call the OTCR checklist. We are now calling project requirements. And so you can see that we require information such as certifications and reports. I'll go through that a little more, but that's certainly a very important part of our project requirements and a very important part of our evaluation. We require plans as well. And also for anything that would be new, any new technologies, I should say, we would ask in section 3 of these project requirements to start to identify any unknown hazards that may exist with new technology. That new technology and those hazards that may or may not be associated with the technology will also be evaluated in one of our sustainability boards, but we ask applicants to give the first shot at identifying these hazards. Okay, and as printed or that appears on screen here, there are certainly other requirements. I'm not going to go into detail at the moment. Next slide, please. I did want to highlight some of the items I just spoke with you about, the plans, certifications, and then one more I would like to highlight, and that would be zoning under the item number 9, the project requirement number 9, which is labeled as miscellaneous. Let's start with plans. This is probably, again, one of the more important sections of the project requirements. At least it has quite a bit of information that we use for our evaluation. The plans that you'll be submitting will be the same plans that will be required under the PW1 application for construction document approval, with the exception of the battery plan. The battery plan is something that OTCR is requiring. You can certainly submit that as part of your PW1 submission, but it would not be required. The battery plan has information on the battery, and our project requirements document spells out all of the information that would be included on a battery plan. It would include the layout of the battery. It would include information such as the listing and testing of the battery. It would include separation distances from adjacent construction to combustible construction to known vegetation. It would be a summary of things that we would look for while we evaluate a battery installation, and they are all captured in this battery plan. Again, everything will be highlighted in the project requirements document. Next slide. Certifications and reports. This is item number 6 on your project requirements list. And here we ask for UL 9540 listing for the energy storage equipment. I did not call it system. Perhaps maybe I should, and I apologize. We asked for a listing on the energy storage system here. This is different than 9540A, which is testing. The testing requirements under 9540A specifically address how a battery performs under thermal runaway conditions. This is a test that actually New York City was very instrumental in establishing in the UL community, and it has been adopted by others as well. But it provides some valuable information to known hazards, especially for lithium-ion batteries, which probably 95%, if not more, of our applications include lithium-ion technology. So this test report gives us that information to know how these systems will perform if there are situations where the battery will go into thermal runaway conditions. Very important for us to understand how the battery performs, very important for the registered design professional to know how these batteries will perform under this hazard condition so that they can be designed appropriately and so that appropriate mitigating factors can be deployed as well. We also ask that a registered design professional certify that they have given proper consideration to both the listing and the test report for 9540A, and that that the data that is coming out of 9540A especially has been incorporated into the design of the system. At one point, we did ask for a peer review to make sure that the registered design professional is indeed applying this information correctly. Now, the reason why we asked for that is that there is no guidance at this time as to how to apply the test data coming out of the 9540A report. So we asked for a second opinion, more or less, with this peer review. However, we no longer require a peer review, so we are making things a little easier. The reason why we are able to no longer require a peer review is that we now have a consultant that is working with the department to review applications, and those applications are each and every one of them. Proper consideration is given to the data coming out of the test report from the consultant. The consultant is an outfit that has quite a bit of experience with battery testing and codes as well. And so they are very qualified to help take a second look, just like the peer review does. They are taking a second look at the application of the data that is coming out of the 9540A report. Next slide, please. And the other thing I just wanted to highlight here, I'm not sure if everyone is aware of these two bulletins, but we do have a couple of bulletins that we have published that covers and addresses zoning issues regarding energy storage systems. The first one, 2019-007, establishes zoning requirements for non-accessory installations, and 2020-023 covers accessory applications, accessory projects. Next slide, please. Okay, so what does our project requirements document look like? Well, it is a spreadsheet. The spreadsheet allows for us to not only provide a description of what we're looking for, and also some of the code references that has criteria regarding what would be acceptable, but it also has columns or the ability for applicants to provide the information that we're looking for. That would be under column H of this slide, and also column I if there is a document that they are submitting. And it also allows us, OTCR, to provide objections as well, and that would be under column O. So this project requirements table is kind of the guide that we use as we make our way through the entire evaluation for all of the project requirements. What is on screen here is a project requirement for the battery plan that I mentioned earlier. And you can again see some of the items that we're looking for under column C. I highlighted one, which is distances to adjacent construction. And you will note in the highlight at the bottom of the screen that what we are looking for as far as those distances to adjacent construction can be found in the FDNY rule, that is RCNY 608-01. And if you are designing a system, certainly this is information that will be very helpful, that will allow you to move through our project requirements and our evaluation if you are complying with this section. So valuable information for applicants to have, and it's all contained within this project requirements document. Next slide, please. Okay, you will note from the graphic on top here, I've kind of switched over to the PW1 application. This is again the application for construction document approval. I wanted to highlight just something here really quick. Of course, once the battery is approved, it has to be permitted, installed, and then inspected. We do have some requirements for inspection, but they're not necessarily targeted for energy storage. These inspections are any related inspections to the installation for energy storage. So if there was any concrete work that may be required for the energy storage system when pouring a concrete pad or something like that, these related special inspections will be required. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, again, I'm sorry for going back and forth, but I am back on the OTCR2 application for alternative materials. And I just wanted to highlight the certification that is required after the installation of the system. So our evaluation will identify requirements for certification. That's why the initial approval is called a conditional approval. We will issue the conditional approval so that a permit can be issued, but there are still some requirements that we would like to see satisfied. And the requirement that we have in place is this certification by a registered design professional. We are looking for the certification to demonstrate that the installation complies with our acceptance letter and all the conditions in our acceptance letter, including the FDNY letter of no objection. Now, of course, that is another sister agency, but they are not the permitting agency. So they really have no control over compliance with their requirements. So they have asked us to make sure, as the permitting agency, DOB as the permitting agency, to make sure that those items in their letter of no objection are complied with. So we are working with FDNY on this requirement for compliance with their letter of no objection. And we are also looking at commissioning requirements that, again, the registered design professional will provide. And this is part of the certification of the installed energy storage system. Next slide, please. Lastly, regarding the alternative material process, OTCR will issue a final acceptance letter once we receive the certification, review it, and approve it. And that final acceptance letter will become part of the record for the project. It is an indication that all requirements have been met for the alternative material application. Next slide, please. Okay, that brings me to the end of this presentation. However, before I go, I wanted to just give you a little heads up on a couple of things that we are working on. And hopefully this will be improvements, and I hope all of you can benefit from these improvements to energy storage systems and how they are reviewed at the Department of Buildings. I wanted to just let everyone know that we are working on some expedited review for residential installations. Hopefully we will have something soon that we'll be able to provide to industry. I also wanted to inform everyone that we are working on central review of all energy storage applications. So with solar, we have through the hub, and as my colleagues already have indicated right before this, my presentation, all solar systems go through the hub and are reviewed at the hub. And there is lots of benefits to having a central review. So we are excited about having a central review for energy storage applications soon. We are working on those requirements. The third item I wanted to bring to your attention is that, and I already mentioned this, that we are working on a module in DOB now for energy storage. It will be in the form of an energy storage system sub work type. So once this is in place, it will make filing just a little bit easier on everyone. And ultimately, this process will end up incorporating OTCR requirements and all of the documents, required documents that are part of our project requirements. It will be part of that process. And lastly, PTAs for storage. We are working on requirements for introducing filing procedures for PTA on storage. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for your time. And I believe that brings us to a Q&A session.
Yes, thank you very, very much for your presentations, and Alan for that exciting new announcement. So yeah, we do have some time, about 10 minutes or so for a brief Q&A. And our first few questions are specifically for Yarnell pertaining to solar filings. So Yarnell, are the OSHA anchors you mentioned applicable to both residential and commercial buildings? And should a statement be included on initial plans submitted?
Yes, as far as I know, this is applicable for both buildings, both types of buildings.
Great. I have a few more for you, and then we'll move on to
Okay.
battery energy storage systems. Can you help us under the process for filing solar jobs on properties that have previously resolved civil penalties from the local law 11419 permit restriction?
I may have to get back to you on that, but if this is related to a permit restriction, not violations, if it's related to a violation, they'll have to file an L2, and the L2 unit will review it and give them a resolution. But I'll have to get back to you on that one regarding the permit restriction local law.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Okay.
And another question for you. Has DOB considered modified rules for withdrawal of the dead or inactive solar projects filed by applicants who are no longer associated with the project? And do you have any advice or guidance on how to handle these jobs?
I know that through the DOB now, there's a withdrawal and supersede portal where a new applicant could file to withdraw a dead job or a non-existent job, or to take over the job if that's the course of action that they need.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Here's another one. Can you please clarify if there are any conditions in which the ballistic systems are allowed on buildings over 100 feet?
I know for if you're filing for a tax abatement, they're prohibited from using a ballasted system. I believe I don't know that the code, there's something in the code that prohibits for systems that are not, where you're not filing for a PTA tax abatement. I could verify, but I don't know if,
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Okay.
And I have one more here for you. So how does the Department of Finance know what dollar amount to share of the PTA across multiple buildings in a cluster project?
I don't know. I know the cost of construction should be indicated on the PTA, of course, and the PW3 that's submitted. These forms are submitted to us. I don't know how the DOF decides what building gets what dollar amount. Sorry.
It's okay, no worries. Yeah,
yeah.
don't worry. We'll collect all of these and send them over to you, like we said, and get all the details and get those clarifications. So
Great.
yep. And so now, Alan, I'll kind of throw it over to you, and I have some questions. My first one is, does the TR1 alternative materials special inspection apply to battery energy storage systems applications?
No, it does not. The certification that I mentioned in the slide show, that actually captures a lot of what would be captured under a special inspection. The certification is done by a registered design professional, just like a special inspection, but it's a little more targeted. And so we don't really call it a special inspection, we call it a certification, but it certainly serves the same purpose. It is not covered on the TR1.
Okay. Another question, will the new DOB Now module remove certificate of occupancy requirements for battery energy storage system filings?
Yeah, so the purpose of the DOB Now update will be just to incorporate what exists now. We're really not looking to revise requirements under that process. We just want to capture what exists at the moment so that it does reside in DOB Now.
Great. Now I do have some general questions in terms of the application process. Maybe both of you can answer this. So what would you like, excuse me, what would you like installers to know about the process or applicable codes? Are there any common mistakes or issues that turn up in applications? And do you have any advice about how they could best be avoided?
Well, on storage, I've always recommended to applicants, since the testing of the batteries, the UL 9540A is such a key component for our evaluation, and the testing can take quite a long time to arrange and perform and get results on. And then, of course, once the testing is available, that data has to be incorporated into the design, and that's a long process. So I recommend to applicants that they always try to find products that have been tested already so that it would shorten the amount of time, especially downtime, that we may experience in an ESS application as we are waiting for that test data.
Great, thank you. Again, if anyone has any other questions, I think we'll start to wrap things up and move into our panel discussion. So yeah, our final panel discussion will be featuring representatives from NYC and New York Best, and I will hand it off to our solar and storage ombudsman who will facilitate the conversation.
Thanks very much, Christina, and thank you very much, Yarnell and Alan and Diana and everyone at the DOB team who helped put that presentation together. It's always one of the highlights of this event, right? So many folks, we're talking about what, over 8,000 projects a year, right? They're filed with Department of Buildings, so we know you guys are working through this every day, and we really appreciate you guys taking the time to share your expertise. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Great. So moving right along, right, we are on to our last item on the agenda, or last planned real part of the agenda here, right? We want to welcome our partners here at NYC. for a panel discussion, or NYC and New York Best, apologies, for a discussion of the New York City solar and storage industry outlook. So thank you for joining us today. As we said, we've had a great informative program from the key city agencies and utilities involved in these solar and storage installations in New York City. We thought it would be good to wrap up our program today discussing the industry outlook, as I said, with our partners here at NYC and New York Best. I'm going to give a brief introduction for Noah here, and then Daniela will follow with Denise. So I'm sure you're all familiar with Noah Ginsberg, but he joined NYCEA as the executive director in early 2023. In this role, he is charged with advancing the solar industry in New York through policy and advocacy, public education, member capacity building, and strategic initiatives. We're excited to have Noah in this new role, but many of us have worked with him in his prior roles as the program director previously at Solar One, or his time as a solar ombudsman with the team here at CUNY. So Noah holds a NABCET PV installation certification, and I'll highlight he's also a CUNY grad from Hunter College, so another CUNY connection there. Thank you, Noah.
Thanks so much, Emily.
Yeah.
And on the storage side, I'll briefly introduce Denise Sheehan, who serves as Senior Advisor to the New York Battery and Energy Storage Technology Consortium, NY Best, for those who might not be familiar, providing advice and assistance on New York Best's strategic direction, policy issues, and operational management. Denise has over 30 years of management experience in the government and nonprofit sectors, including 10 years at the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, with 2 of those serving as DEC's commissioner. She also served as the executive director of the Climate Registry, an international nonprofit organization focused on assisting companies in reducing their carbon emissions and becoming more sustainable. Her experience also includes 10 years at the NYS division of the budget, where she was responsible for overseeing the state's environmental and energy budgets. Denise has participated in many of our previous installer workshops. It's always a pleasure to work with her, and very much appreciate having her join us again.
Thanks,
I'll get started.
Daniela.
Very welcome.
Appreciate it.
I'll get started with tossing out the first question. Could you give a sense of your key priorities, your organization's key priorities for this year, and how you see those impacting the industry?
You want me to jump in? I can jump in, Daniela.
Sure.
So New York Best is very excited about this year. It's been a long time coming. We pushed very hard to get the state to increase the storage goal, the storage deployment goal, from the current number of 3 gigawatts to 6 gigawatts by 2030. We advocated with the governor's office last year, and we were successful in getting the governor to basically direct NYSERDA and the Department of Public Service to put together a roadmap, which was introduced in December, to get us to the 6 gigawatts. So we're, the biggest priority we have for this year is to see the commission actually adopt that 6 gigawatt goal and the roadmap that staff presented, with some modifications, which is, we commented on. But generally speaking, it's a very strong roadmap that includes programs for both bulk energy storage as well as retail energy storage and residential. So we're excited about the year ahead. Our biggest priority is to get that roadmap adopted and have the commission issue an order very soon, so we can get money on the street for projects.
Excellent. Noah, you want to jump in?
Sure, yeah. Thanks again, CUNY, and to the whole team for a really great workshop today, and for including us. And so, Emily, you already introduced NYCEA, but as a refresher, we're New York State's Solar Trade Association, so a nonprofit consortium with 210 members, mostly solar installation contractors, community solar developers, but also financiers, professional services providers, and nonprofit and educational organizations that are all committed to expanding solar use in New York State. So in terms of our 2023 priorities, we have several. And it's actually good timing because we just went through an exercise where we identified what our top 5 priorities are. I'm going to rattle them off quickly, and then I'll talk about a few of them. So the first is strengthening existing solar incentives. So we're very lucky in New York State that there are strong state and in New York City local incentives for solar. And we want to make sure that stays true for the foreseeable future. And a particular area of focus for us is ensuring that the existing incentives are accessible to low-income communities. So we have a big push right now to New York State's residential tax, which has been capped at $5,000 per year for homeowners since, been capped at $5,000 per homeowner since 2006. We want to raise that cap. We also want it to be refundable for low-income homeowners that don't have the tax liability. We have a similar effort underway with the New York City property tax abatement, which is scheduled to expire at the end of this year. We're hoping to extend that, expand it, and make it refundable for nonprofits and affordable housing. So strengthening incentives is one. The next is community solar billing and crediting. So this is something that, while New York is a leader in community solar, we still have a ways to go with some of our underlying infrastructure. So we're working hard with our partners at the state to ensure that community solar subscribers receive the promised savings and that the utility can do their part with issuing those credits in an accurate and timely fashion. And then some kind of like bigger picture things that we're also working on are permitting and siting, which is really more of, we think of it as an upstate issue having to do with land use and municipal restrictions on solar. And then PV compensation improvements and rate design. We had actually a really big win in Long Island yesterday when the Long Island Power Authority Board of Trustees just enacted New York State's first opt-out time of day rate for residential customers. So that goes into effect January 1. NYC worked very closely with the Long Island Power Authority to make sure that that rate design was beneficial for solar customers. So we're really happy about that. And we're thinking of that work that we've been doing in LIPA. I know it only touches the city out in Far Rockaway, but we do think that LIPA is the leader here, and the best practices that we're working with our partners at LIPA on, we're hoping are going to be replicated in the rest of the state. And then last but not least is just interconnection improvements, which again is mostly an issue for our larger scale community solar developers upstate, where they're running into really expensive grid upgrades. So we're trying to improve cost sharing, increase data transparency, and advance flexible interconnection so we can get more solar and storage onto the grid.
That's great. I'm glad it was such a timely question, right? That you guys had just numbered those. I mean, kind of touching on a couple of the points you're stating there, right? About compensation of these installations, of siting, right? One of the questions that I think both your organizations are probably thinking about a little bit is what you see as the relationship between solar and storage installations moving forward, especially in an urban environment like New York City, right? I think that, hey, we're calling this the solar and storage workshop, right? We have for a number of years now. I think that folks that maybe were involved in perhaps one technology in the past, right, are thinking about either ways they're working with colleagues or other contractors, right, to pair these installations, or perhaps in their own businesses are getting involved in both technologies. So do you think you, maybe Noah, you start off with talking about what you see that relationship in urban environments moving forward?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think just, I guess more broadly, what we're seeing in the state and really all across the country is increased energy storage attachment rates. So a typical solar project today, you know, it's more likely to include batteries now than ever before. I was recently looking at statistics, and I know we're not Hawaii, we are an island, but in Hawaii, I think that's 93% attachment rate for energy storage. California, Massachusetts, a lot of other markets are seeing a lot more energy storage deployment. We think there are a lot of reasons why solar and storage go well together. We want to see deployment at scale in the city as well, for resilience, for providing grid services, for allowing us to integrate more renewables without having to make expensive grid upgrades. So, you know, I think that kind of on the, Denise, I assume you're going to speak to kind of more of the larger scale energy storage. But, you know, from the perspective of kind of like rooftop solar and the type of projects that we're seeing in the city, we would love to see more energy storage. And, you know, we are both grateful for the work that's been done up to this point to enable energy storage in the city. And we know that we have a long way to go before energy storage is going to be the norm.
Denise, yeah, what could you add to that from your perspective there, please?
Sure. I mean, I agree with everything Noah said as far as, we're all looking for increased attachment rates for storage and solar. I mean, obviously key to that will be incentive program that the state is, developing, both, for residential, retail, bulk, all of these things. The fund, energy storage is still very expensive. So to be able to meet the goals that we have for ourselves to decarbonize, we do have to incentivize energy storage. And to me, the demand for storage continues to climb. So the incentives are going to play a really key part in that at all applications and all levels. But when you think about really what we're trying to achieve as a state and as a nation in terms of decarbonization, it all really relies on the renewable component of that first and foremost. So whether it's offshore wind or land-based wind and solar resources, we need those to be happening in tandem. So we like to see the programs that are where we're seeing the pairing, but there does need to be a very explicit direct incentives for storage to get these projects moving and to get them deployed in New York. We are at a standstill now, while we're waiting for new incentives to be released.
I just have one more point to make on this question, which is that one historical barrier, one historical challenge for New York City has been just available space for siting projects. So community solar, which has been touted as kind of this, and is really kind of a transformational way of generating and distributing clean energy, where you can get the benefits to renters and to low-income individuals and folks that can't site clean energy within their home. We're seeing community storage projects start to get developed in Zone J in the city. And I think that's a really exciting development where you can build, on a smaller parcel of land, you can build an energy storage system that's providing a lot of value to the grid, a lot of value to the environment by charging up at night with clean energy and discharging during peak times, and then generating veto credits that can be distributed and offer bill discount to New Yorkers. So I think that's also a really exciting emerging trend.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really interesting point. And I think both of the things you guys highlight, right, are going to be critical. I mean, to make sure that we're able to really realize the potential there, right? I mean, siting is always going to be an issue in the city, right? But I welcome the challenge that we need to ensure that we're able to safely deploy these systems throughout the city. So on that note, right, as I keep saying, right, solar and storage here. So we wanted to know if you guys had any advice for contractors, engineers, filing reps, right, the folks that are on these calls that are joining us at this workshop every year, right? Many of them have been involved in solar installations, right? Or perhaps they're newer to DERs in general. Do you have any advice for these professionals that may be interested in getting involved in the storage market?
Yeah, I mean, I could start. I would probably first and foremost echo what Alan Price said during the Q&A, his Q&A, is to, if you want to have a streamlined process, to really focus on the products, the storage products that have been tested, by the UL 9540A standard, as really, I think, an important first step. I would, just to give you all a big plug, I would recommend that, they use the resources that are available, and obviously the DG Hub is a big part, and your tremendous resources that are available, because the rules can be complex in terms of storage siting and understanding, setbacks and all of the different requirements. I would really encourage a thorough understanding of all that before you get into it. I think those would be my first two things. I mean, I could go on and on, but I'm going to stop. And then the next thing would be like thinking through interconnection, but I want to, maybe Noah can talk about that part.
Well, I mean, I would just echo those points. I think that the team at Sustainable CUNY are a tremendous resource, and these kinds of workshops, and again, like I think that many who operate in the region but not the city and enter the city get scared off because it is more complicated. But at the end of the day, there are people behind these rules exist for reasons, and there are good folks that are behind the curtain doing the work. And so I think that Sustainable CUNY is a great friend in navigating that with the agencies to the extent you run into issues. I also, when I hear folks when someone tells me that they're expanding into the city or they're thinking about getting their feet wet in the city, I always encourage them to also, consider subcontract partnerships and leveraging some of the expertise that exists, because there is an ecosystem of some really fantastic contractors who have been active in the city for years and years and years. I think leveraging that expertise is also a good one.
Great. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's all helpful advice, right? And we're happy to hear the plugs for our team here at Sustainable CUNY, and I'm glad to hear industry that you guys are in agreement, right? That we're really working to help support the market and ensure that these processes are transparent, right? I mean, the number of times I've said the word transparent in the last couple of weeks, but it's like you're saying, Noah, right? It is a little different than operating other places in the region, right? But that's what our team is here to help unlock. So if you guys need any support entering the market, please reach out to us here at the Smart DG Hub. And that was, we did not expect that answer, but very glad to hear that you see the critical role that our team is playing in that. So thank you. I guess we've got one kind of final question here, and then we could open it up if there's anything else you guys wanted to talk about. But the last question we were going to pose to you was regarding what additional support, incentives, or resources would make the greatest impact to helping your memberships deploy more in New York City specifically. But if you have anything else you want to add about New York State as well. Obviously, our interest at the end of the day is trying to ensure that we're deploying these technologies in New York City.
Yeah, we always keep an extra ear out for that kind of feedback, like what's needed on the ground from the field. And when that filters back to us, that helps shape, our things that we do and resources that we develop. So.
Do you want to go first, Noah? I do have, I'll let you go first.
Okay, well, I'll be quick. I think that, in terms of the city, so extending and expanding the solar and storage property tax abatement, I think is going to be really helpful, and giving the industry more than a couple of years of runway. We're trying to align that incentive with the federal incentives so that we can provide kind of a strong signal to the market that New York is open for business, and folks should be investing and building out what they're doing in the city. And that's going to bring a lot of federal resources into the city. I think easing zoning and fire code restrictions on rooftop solar could go a long way. It's also free as far as ways that the industry could be better supported. And then enabling energy storage for residential and small commercial applications. Again, there's a lot of appetite for it. Folks really want it. And there just needs to be a reasonable way to get technology approved for use and then installed efficiently and safely, of course.
And I would just add, I've already talked about the roadmap, but that is our, getting the programs in place that are envisioned in the energy storage roadmap, obviously is the number one piece. We're working with NYC on the property tax abatement. We're also pushing a sales tax exemption for energy storage with the state legislature, which is one of our highest priorities legislatively. Again, helps the project economics for energy storage. And then I would say, in addition to the things that Noah mentioned, the other thing that, we're seeing, and we've been working with you all, Daniela, on this, is just the need for public education around storage is growing really quickly. There's so much misinformation about energy storage. And so I think we have to continue to work together to develop really, public education materials, public outreach campaigns, that are digestible by the general public, so that it's countering a lot of misinformation that is out there with respect to battery energy storage. So to me, that's become an emerging and urgent issue for us, especially in parts of the city, and we're hoping not to have that spread. But that I think the public education component, recognizing that battery energy storage systems go through tremendous testing and regulation, and with public safety specifically in mind, versus comparing it to, say, e-bikes that may have been not been put through similar testing, aren't as heavily regulated, and being able to make that contrast effectively. So that's something that's on our mind as well, and we look forward to continuing to work with you all on that.
Great. Are there any, I guess, kind of parting thoughts that you guys would like to share, either with your memberships or potential members in the audience? Anything you guys want to close out with?
I mean, I'll just say, I think that New York City solar future is bright. It's going to include battery backup. And again, if anyone wants to get involved in NYC, yeah, you can find us online, or reach out, obviously, to Sustainable CUNY. And I'm just, again, grateful for the opportunity to join the conversation today.
Awesome. And I'll echo that. I should have started with a thanks to all of you at Sustainable CUNY for the continuing partnership with New York Best, and for including us in this workshop. As far as members and potential members, please feel free to reach out. I'm very excited about the year ahead for energy storage, and for really the next several years. We have a tremendous opportunity, and a well-funded program that we're just waiting for that final seal of approval, and very excited to get to work and getting projects deployed across New York, and including in New York City. So if you're not a member and you're interested in becoming a member, you can reach out to me directly, or just reach out to through our website. It's info@newyorkbest.org. We have 180 members, different organizations that range from startups to global corporations, academic institutions. We have a lot of diversity among the types of members that we have. So happy to have a conversation. And again, thanks Daniela and Emily and Tria and everybody at Sustainable CUNY. We really appreciate being involved.
I also heard through the grapevine there's an event coming up in May.
Oh yeah,
a big audience here.
Yeah, come to Albany. It's beautiful. So the 1 month of the year that's especially spectacular in Albany. We have our Capture the Energy conference, May 16th through the 18th at the Albany Capitol Center. So if you want to get to meet some more of the energy storage players, if you're solar installers and you want to meet some of the energy storage players, we invite you to attend and join us.
That's great.
Thanks.
All right. Well, I think that wraps up our formal program today. I'm going to throw it over to Ron to close us out today. And thank you very much, both Denise and Noah, for that panel. I think you really helped us kind of frame some of these ideas that we've been talking about all day, with the nitty-gritty of how to install these projects. You helped us look at the outlook ahead. So thank you very much.
Okay, we'll wrap things up. Look at this. We're ending right on time, and we didn't even need a pitch clock. Anyway, today is a day that we've really been looking forward to and been working very hard on for several months now. And one which really reflects the teamwork and collaboration of a lot of very good people. If you weren't already familiar with the people at the Smart DG Hub through your technical assistance requests and other communications with us, you've gotten to know them a little bit better today. Tria Case, Emily Sweeney, Daniela Leifer, Christina Lizzo, Lori Riley. They're not just great colleagues, they're also great friends. And a special shout out goes to our honorary DG Hub colleague, John Jenna, CUNY's video conferencing manager, who's the person responsible for creating this webinar and running all the controls behind the scenes. Remember that line from The Wizard of Oz? Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Well, pay attention to John because he's the best. Anyway, this event also would not have been the success that it's been over the years without our partnership with Con Edison. We'd like to thank Con Edison for being our co-hosts in this annual workshop for more than a decade. And we look forward to continuing to collaborate with them in the years ahead to make our workshop relevant, informative, and valuable to the city's solar and storage community. For Con Ed, special thanks go to Ari LeBoy for coordinating the company's speakers, topics, and slide decks, and to Joe White, Con Edison's DG Ombudsman. We'd also like to thank our presenters from Con Ed, FDNY, NYCHA, DOB, OTCR, NYCEA, and NY Best. That's a lot of acronyms, but our thanks go to them all. And most of all to our attendees, not just for spending this day with us, but also for what you do every day as installers, developers, engineers, architects, consultants, financiers. You are the lifeblood of our city's clean energy economy, and you are making our city cleaner, greener, and more resilient. Sustainable CUNY's Ombudsman program is here to help you. You can email us at the address you see on the screen with any requests or questions or technical assistance needs. Thanks again for participating. We hope to see you back here next year for the 2024 Installers Workshop. Enjoy the rest of the day.